Squirrels.
Squirrels. Okay.
Call me crazy, call me whatever you want to, but I feel there's something going on in this world.
Well, got a good excuse for fucking not showing up to work today. Lost my fucking arm. Well,
de ochiul lui Simion Comșa din cauza umflăturii a traumatismului pe care îl are.
Wow! Wow!
Prezintă dureri la cap și spune că a ricoșat prea tare.
Nu i-a dat peste față, da. Palmă, dar nu știu că e regulamentar să-i dea și acolo până la urmă.
Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? Do I have GM for Fubo? Fuck. Yes. It's $7.56. It doesn't matter a lot though, because Fubo's under $5, and so there's not a lot of strikes like near or around the money. So it's a little less relevant on cheaper stocks than it is on ones with better pricing. I missed you, brother. Work had me globe-trotting a bit. I hope you've been well over these past few weeks. I have. How you doing, Boxem? Welcome back, man. Morning, Girk. Do you have GM for Fubo? I am alive. Awesome, popcorn trader. I'm starting today with the hard questions. Do you want bullish DMs now or later? You can send them now. Maybe I'll read them later. What about that? Good morning, Girk. How are you? I'm doing alright, Jen Jen. How are you? Pants off at $20 for Fubo. Man, everyone's real fucking bullish on Fubo this morning. That's cool. I don't think Fubo is going to $20. If it does, I'm selling everything. We're about to get a solid raise and bonus this Friday. I've been grinding out the last 6 months, so I haven't been here at all. I hope everyone is doing well. Praise Our Lady VBOP. Praise be to you as well, Glider. Good morning, Garrick. Goodwill to all men. Thank you, Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration. All right. Shit, I forgot to set up my charts. Give me a minute. I want that, a little bit of that, and maybe some of this. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Stuff. Holy fuck, futures just rocketed. I guess we're going full bull today. Just the market's getting real volatile into open. That was unexpected. I'm not prepared for that. Just everything. Ding ding. much. It's sorry. Just trying to get some stuff done here. Looks quite bullish. Jimmy is really moving. Futures sold off a little bit. VIX is... Where's VIX? VIX is up a little still, but it's also positively correlated. So market's up since open. Yeah, it still looks pretty good. That's interesting. It's not right. Okay, that looks kind of good too. Little battle for 4,000. I think the call side positioning is still fairly strong. Your alerts are set a bit loud. Oh, thanks. I'm straddled right now. I just bought a little bit of call side leverage. Like added to it with some 0 DTs. But those could get cut. Holy shit, this is kind of volatile. So futures are going to break up here. It might. This consolidation looks pretty bullish. APRN ripping again. Cool. I didn't buy calls on everything at open. I just bought calls on some things at open. And not very many of them. Is anything short term going on with Docu, or is that long term? Most of my calls on Docu are for March right now. I do think there's like short term potential there, but it's a little risky going into SLD. Is your overall market position bullish or bearish? Are you mostly in Strauss? Okay, answer that. Order book drier than fuck on Upstart. Yeah, it's pretty narrow, actually. With the only real resistance being at like 1725, it looks like. 1715. Oh, no, that's still there. Time to play SnowRunner and listen to Gherkin in the background. Oh, what a life. What is T+2 settlement from Friday with yesterday's holiday? Tomorrow. Let's get this bread. I'm just gonna waste the rest of this space because the poors have none of it. Riku. Thank you so much, BMG. Riku to you too, sir. No rush. After the volatility settles, there's some tit-jacking DMs regarding GME. Cool. Any hope for these GME Jan 24 127.50s for an IV play about last NOPEX? Or you think I should just cut? They're down 60%. Jan 24s? And you can just wait for volatility to spike. You have like a couple months, right? Can you turn up your mic? It's like you're whispering. My mic is up as loud as it goes. I can't. Are you talking about the point where I was actually just whispering? Oh, this piece of shit. This part seems important. Future's gonna hold 4,000. 4,010. 39.92. VIX almost back at 20. That I don't particularly like. I am kind of mumbling, by the way. So your notifications are loud as fuck because your mic input is too low. No, it's because I had the desktop audio turned all the way up from the member stream. Because you guys were talking. Scream at the top of my lungs. What's going on? No. Great job on your crypto stream yesterday. Bought into FTX. I hope it's better than Bobby. That's rough. I don't think I like this sell-off anymore. Is that it? Is that the end of it? Mm. All right. It's not illegal to mumble financial advice. I'm just saying. Oh, was my mic too low? I've failed. 5 million FTDs due today on Upstart. Yeah, they should be. Today's the 17th. Yeah. I heard what you said about the debt ceiling and the member stream. Don't you think that due to the current political situation, this time it could be more problematic and have more of an impact? The political situation's always the same. No one ever agrees. Always is supposed to have be more problematic, and it never is. Pro tip, add a long antenna to your tinfoil hat. You can hear everyone. Ooh, smart. Explain the requirement to wear pants in public without getting weird looks. No one wants to see your penis? If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help and a nice thing to do. They really went for it on Fubo this morning, didn't they? I mean, they did a thing there, but it's probably okay. Check out ZOM and CVX. Is oil ripping? Oh, oil's doing really good this morning. That's awesome. Ooh, how's my oxy? Yes, excellent. I managed to pick up some around like 59, so I'm pretty stoked. And if that's it for the consolidation today, that's fucking awesome. Thought we would have seen a little bit bigger sell-off at market open. But we stabilized really high, like 39.90. There's a shitload of gamma above 4,000 now. And probably, well, with this morning's drop, probably even more. I'm just a floating head. Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, I guess you don't have to wear pants. It would be hard for you to wear pants. Regarding your GME 24100Cs, when did you look at cutting them? I don't know. When GME runs? SPX update in 3 minutes. Try some of these here too. When you say consolidation, what do you mean by that? Lower volume, tighter price range. Literally price action and volume tend to compress before periods of like expansion, right? So, you know, you'll get smaller and smaller candles and volume will decline. This would be like consolidation. It can precede a continuation of a trend or a shift in trend. How do you wear pants as a centaur? Pair on the front, pair on the back. Yeah. You figure it out. Are the pants just on the hind legs? Are they like four-legged pants situation? Put the Greeks on the screen and tell me when OPEX is. OPEX is next week. Well, the settlement is. The expiration is this Friday. The Greeks are... Where the fuck are they? These are Friday's Greeks, by the way. Don't forget that. So they have not fully updated, I don't think. Hopefully at some point today, there's a interdimensional fucking fairy cat that'll give me today's Greeks. But for now, I guess we can pop these up here. Boom. It just blew my mind with the pants comment. Does the holiday affect SLD deposits? No. No, not the period in which they're due. It does not. What the fuck happened to my SPX calls? Oh, okay. Still there. How's this looking? Okay. ES looking pretty strong still. As is SPX. Oh, I can check the OI now. Fantastic. Okay, so yeah, OI looks really nice up to like 410. 415, 420 still positive. 425, 430, very positive. You know, 450, not particularly strong. So it looks like most of the bulls are targeting the like 425 and 430 strike. As for zero DTEs, fairly similar, but some weakness around like 4005, 4015, and 4020. So we'll see if we can make that jump from 4010 to 4025. I'll say future buyers seem to be treating 4020 as a bit of a support now, and that's a very good sign. I think we can have some consolidation right here at the 4000 strike, maybe, and then we look good to move up, frankly. Option strat shows a linear drop on puts over the weekend, and I'm trying to understand when that comes in. I assume IV increases at market open. Does that IV drop happen around 9:30? And that sounds like just expiration. Did your tinfoil thing from last night suggest DFE is continuing to talk about holiday deferral covering with his brother? And that's why his brother made posts. Yeah. Did you give the cat too much catnip yesterday? I know he can't work right if he gets too much catnip. You know, he keeps telling me there's never enough catnip. Do you think it might be affecting his performance? Hey Greek, any chance that an accepted buyout offer on Rev does not result in an increase in share price? I sold my $8 Rev position for taxes in December. I'm considering rebuying now. Thanks. Yeah. If they go through with the creditors plan, it seems that a shareholder equity is going to be destroyed. So it would have to, you would need another party to buy out the company in order to see any profitability as a shareholder. Which, I mean, there's still time for. I think they're considering some offers currently. The MM flipped the hedge. I mean, on Upstart and GME, yes, a bit. They're still suppressing price action, but the MM is buying into buying into falling prices. So our downside is a little weaker now, upside a little stronger. I don't think we've broken through like the key resistance levels to really get a big like push from the market maker, but we're very close to them. GME a little bit above 20 is pretty relevant. Do you think GME can go to 35 today? It's a bit bullish, no? Yeah, that Yaya is starting to affect his work and life performance. Interesting. What's good, bro? Another week, another dollar. What's up, Casey? You think Upstart can hit 30 anytime soon? That'd be nice. I mean, right now, Gamma Max is at $20 as far as we know. Although, I feel like that's changed with the expiration. So I wouldn't lean on it real heavily today, but there's a shitload of FTDs due today for Upstart. I mean, maybe not 5 million, but quite a lot. Any thoughts on Canoe Go EV? Good long-term buy and hold. Thanks, Gurk. I hate electric vehicle companies. So no, I'm not a huge fan of Go EV. Are they the one that does the like the charging stations, or are they the like actual EV manufacturer? Now I can't remember. I don't want to have them confused. The charging station one, not bad, but margins might be a little fucky over the next couple of quarters. If it's the other one I'm thinking of, is that Plug Power? Plug Power is the charging station one. Go EV is the manufacturer, right? Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, Go EV sucks. Plug Power is kind of interesting, but I'd wait for a pullback before I got too bullish on it. Is that 1750 wall still up on Upstart? Yeah, it's still important. Tell me I shouldn't buy more calls, then look at DMs and tell me I should buy more calls. Okay, you're really pushing these DMs. I got you. Hey, look at Jimmy failing to deliver again. That's always cool. Oh. Interesting. Jimmy's failed to volume ratio is quite high. Well, I fucking, I really like that. Upstart continuing to fail at a fairly high rate. 30 days, Upstart FTD ratio. 90 days. Okay. I don't hate it. I mean, they're both super fucking illiquid. Of course they're gonna start failing. Want to invest in my electric canoe business? Actually, maybe. There's got to be a market for that, right? Breaking 1750 for Upstart is a big deal, right? Yes. breaking it, not just fucking going over it by a penny. Like really pushing above it's a big deal. Is 1750 an important resistance for GME? No, 20 was though. I think it was actually like 1875, was it? Last week? Yeah, it was like the 1875 and the $20 strikes are really important. Cohen Baba nonsense was on the radio too. It's undervalued. I mean, if he waits long enough, I'm sure there'll be a turnaround. It was 1776 on GME. Have dates on those FTDs? Yeah, it looks like failures on GME picked up from like 1114. Oh wait, that's Upstart, sorry. From 1220, peaking on 1223, and then kind of falling back off until 1230. It's the first time in a long time we've seen a significant bump in GME's fail to volume ratio, though. So that's exciting. I'm trying to decide between 200 shares of Bobby and 100 mint condition VHS copies of Speed True Cruise Control, signed by Jean Debon, with 3 of those also signed by Willem Dafoe and Sandra Bullock. Oh shit! I mean, I don't think there's a question there. Give me 1 second. Someone's at my door. That wasn't for my apartment. So when Baba squeeze, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, they're not going to listen to an American billionaire who owns 0.5% of the fake shares of their company traded in the U.S. market. How was the barbecue? What barbecue? Who's been talking? The fails are all the shares I bought over the last month. Oh, okay. No, we got some conspiracy going. Baba is a Citadel pump and dump. I doubt it. I was a bit confused at the part in Pickles Fix about long-term puts being adjusted between 3880 to 3700. No, that's just the primary range I'm targeting. Has your overall macro bear market view changed? Do you believe we are far from seeing lows yet this year? Still target 3300 in June. 3300 is a bit low for June right now. The market keeps grinding up, and so you have to adjust expectations alongside that. The primary range I'm targeting for far dated puts, which currently on that chart is March 30th, is 37, what was it, 3700 to 3885. Oh fuck, look at it go. This is kind of awesome. Hold on, I don't care about that right now. Future's gonna keep pumping here. Quick fucking turnaround. Cut and reposition. Hundreds might be better. I know they were for you said they were for 2024 in the first message. I mean, sure, yeah, hundreds are better. They have more Vega. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so you have to account for the market rising if you're buying far dated puts on SPX. Also, the average cost of the puts that I'm targeting for like March 30th is going down as the market rises, which means I can buy them closer to the money for relatively the same price, right? Okay, this is where it gets tricky. Hold on. I need to fucking set a stop on this shit. We may not be able to cross 4010. Close the 3980s. Oh, I'll put a stop on those two. On these. Um, 5 or 8. Okay, let's see if we push up higher. I don't think that's done yet. Oh. Fuck me. Oh shit. Oh no. Lamb. I need to... Okay. That was fun. Upstart broke 1750. I know, I saw. Jimmy looking at every other stack like, where are you guys going? That's fucking awesome. They got a couple of my calls, a few of my 0 DTs, but I'm alright. I still have my straddle calls. Although I do want to take some profits, I think, at this point. They're like $30 in the money. Apple new Mac announcement. Okay, that's kind of cool. That might be good for them. Upford gonna dump all its boofed buy orders today. One could only hope. SPX Jan 27 puts. I'm looking 4,000, 4020. Not bad if you can buy them out of the money. I don't hate that positioning. What are you making of all these big boys, Gate Schwab et al. Canceling their WEF attendance? Is one tinfoiling? Donka? Maybe, yeah. Does the new Mac have more innovatively terrible ergonomics? I have no idea. It's just an iPhone plugged into a monitor. I got 134 calls for next week for Apple bought months ago. Almost green. Congratulations, man. That's nice. So cringe to keep on going with upfart jokes, I guess. Vup, vup, vup. Jimmy 100C bid just moved up. Ooh, it did. Look at that. Huh. They gotta be burning through the very little liquidity they have right now on both of these. Yeah, fucking Upstart's like out of liquidity already. That was quick. Upstart looks like it's gonna keep climbing for a little while. GME on the other hand, let's see how that's looking. Okay, so we're not getting a contraction. That's nice. Oh fuck, liquidity's low. Okay, so yeah, even on the 4 hour, the morning liquidity grab's already reverted. Let me look at the 1. The 1 hour. Oh, the 1 hour is showing some nice expansion too, which is what we want to see. So that's looking fucking great. I like it. Thanks, up market. Damn, this November OPEX is looking good. It's looking pretty fucking solid, Carl. And getting some positive IV movement on Upstart as well. Yeah, well, if those synthetic shorts on 1750 start closing, they're not out of the money yet. Like they're not losing profitability, but they're getting close. You know what suck? Buying hundreds of puts on a stock to push the price down, and the stock saying eat shit in response. Any feelings on Tesla dropping prices substantially on their cars and the effect it will have on the stock this week? It's gonna actually Tesla dropping the price on their cars is probably gonna have a pretty substantial effect across the entire car market. It could be good for them. People will start buying Teslas to avoid dealer markups. I had to buy a car over the weekend, and I had to go through like 50 dealerships before I found one that wasn't like charging a fucking premium on MSRP. Thoughts on the stream? It sounds like JFresh is bullish on the market in general, but yourself still thinking ouchie downs quarter 2-ish. I think we'll start to see some downside through quarter 4 earnings, even more with quarter 1 earnings reporting. Also, hundreds, 25s, 30s. I'm buying a ton of Upstart and GME. I have a lot already. I don't know how much more I want to buy. No, I didn't sell my hybrid. In your long foil post, who's the bearded guy? That's DFU's brother. Lil fucking value. Like the fucking stream, people. So Tim VGP stops commenting about it. No, I got my mom's car broke down, so I got her a new one. She doesn't live here. You selling CCs on Amazon, or is that just a buy and hold play? I'm selling the fuck out of CCs on Amazon. Kia or Lexus? The Lexus, provided it goes through. I'm waiting to hear back from the dealership today. My car broke down. I'll settle for a Tesla. Get a better child. Vupstar looking pretty good. It is, yeah. Pretty excited about it. What model? The RX 350H. The video hit 175. Put time? No. But did you buy any calls this morning? No, not yet. Be patient. You could get like near the money puts, shorter dated, but for longer dated shit, I would wait for it to grind higher. GME's looking good now too, yeah. Hopefully the market continues to drag up a bit here. Vupsong at Delta Neutral. Hope you're able to take advantage of the unbeatable deals with Lexus's December to Remember savings event. It's January, dude. Ups pushed through 1750 pretty easy. It did, but I don't think we've seen capitulation from those positions yet. What's a PT for puts on NVIDIA? Become a billionaire and find out. Ooh la la, I overslept. Am I Gherk? I didn't oversleep. I was up on time today. I was very responsible. I had time to take a shower. I was up very early. I had to tune my espresso grinder for like 45 minutes. Oh yes, Daddy. Upstart is finally back above my unadjusted cost basis. Oh, I'm yeah, my unadjusted cost basis. I'm still a little underwater, like 20 cents. Is this Linux put capitulation? Where's Rug Pullopotamus? I'm scared he's lurking in the weeds. He's around here somewhere, always. Waiting for the moment of peak bullishness. Fucking poor is looking for free picks. You know how it goes. I bought Upstart Weekly 18C. I've become so conservative recently. Okay, weekly $18 calls are not conservative, JC. Yo, how are those puts not underwater? They're synthetic shorts, first off. So they're a little bit underwater right now, but they're not like sustaining significant losses yet. 21G in, 41G out in 25 seconds. Today is a good day. Nice. I'm waiting for Freg to turn up so I know to exit my positions. Does Lexus charge extra for the giant gift bow? Oh, I didn't even ask them if that was a thing. That'd be awesome. Especially if they could like glue it to the car. What are your thoughts on all clad pans? They're pretty fucking awesome, but not the lower end ones. If you're gonna get the lower end ones, just buy the like Costco stainless steel pans because they're the same thing. If you're gonna get like the copper core ones, yeah, all clad's insane. Nothing you can they're no more special than just buying like carbon steel pans, I'll be honest with you. But they are nice for some things. More refined cooking, sauces and stuff. No, most non-stick pans are garbage. Unless you're going to replace them every year. I mean, you need them for some shit, but not generally, no. And if you're going to get a non-stick, get like a scan pan or something, because they replace it for life. So when the non-stick surface gets all fucked up, you just get a new one. They'll send you a new one every time. Upstart 100C is still your preferred volatility strike for GME. Yeah, I still like the $2400 calls. I have 50s too. Did you tune your coffee grinder an octave higher so the SPX can move higher in range? No, but I got a new coffee roast, so I had to dial it in this morning, which took a while, but it's nice. It's not, you know what, actually it doesn't really have any flavor. Maybe it does. It's very mild. It's a very mild espresso. Or I just did too good a job dialing it in. It's not really bitter or acidic. Huh. Yeah, Fubu looks fine. Can we get referral links for these cooking pans? No. I wouldn't even know how to do that. He's a high-end induction stove this weekend. I'm thoroughly impressed by the power and precision. Nice. Some of them have some pretty cool features. Can we get referral links? Is Rev still a thing? I'm seeing people talk about it today or this week being significant. Can you refresh me on what, if anything, we're waiting for there? A potential buyout before they move forward with the creditor's bankruptcy plans. Non-sticks are one use and disposable like Weber grills. Okay. Scampan rocks. Yeah, it does. Fly to Germany, buy pans, get the tax rebate. It's like making free money, plus you get the pans. So like German pan arbitrage. My Amazon nonstick is going on 2 years. The one I use almost daily is about ready to be replaced. Huh. If you don't treat your nonsticks like shit or shoot jet engine flames all over the bottom before you drop your protein, they can last quite a while. Yeah, the higher end ones are a little better, and you generally want to avoid ones with what is it, PFOEs or whatever the fuck they're called. Um but yeah, if you take care of them, they can last a bit, but they don't last forever. I mean, you buy a cast iron and you can give it to your like great grandchildren, right? Hey everyone, just saying hello. I can't stay because I'm catching a flight to China as I have a meeting with Ryan Cohen. Stay away off your feet, and you can't get rug pulled. Hugs, rugs, and kisses. Blah. Hello, rug pullopotamus. There you are. Sava, any Greeks on? Yeah, I have Greeks for Sava. So Sava GM 4228, gamma neutral at 25, and delta neutral at 2850. SPX price target. It can move up here into like the 40-30 range. I don't know if it will, but it could. Hmm. I think it looks good to continue up. If not seeing liquidity realized, are you targeting OPREX for upstart as well? Yes. Most of my positioning is going to be targeting OPEX with like a little bit of positioning to capture this like secondary market liquidity realization and potentially some of the ETF FTDs on upstart today. Scampan? I didn't know you could buy those in the US. Yeah, you can. What do you think of Hexaclad, the one that apparently Gordon Ramsay suggests that Costco sells in special events? I don't know. I don't know anything about it, honestly. I've never used it. I have a carbon wok and I fucking love it. Yeah, their carbon steel pans are awesome. That's what they use at most restaurants. I mean, they'll use non-sticks for certain applications. Like you should have one, but PTFE. Thanks. Twat Waffles. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Welcome aboard. Drop your protein. New favorite euphemism for making white. Have you ever tried a clothes iron for cooking? No. Why is towel stock ripping? Is it? And the market's rising. It's at 430. We'll see. It depends on how people. So BBBY today is going to depend heavily on how people reposition their gains from last week into calls. I think if they reposition near the money, like in the $5, like $4 to $5 range, um, and maybe some at 6, there's a potential for it to hit Gamma Max. If they buy all their calls at $10, they're probably gonna get fucked. There's a big problem with Bobby is that the call OI is really high up to $5, and then between 5 and 10 it's low, then spikes again, and then there's fucking nothing, like up to like $40, and then 40 and 80 has the highest OI, which is obviously fucking useless as far as market maker hedging goes. Win VUP song for Upstart. I don't know. It's kind of pulling back a little bit here, which I don't like. Let's see what the market does. If the market keeps pushing up, I think Upstart can as well. All we need now is an announcement that Upstart buyback has been completed. That'd be insane. Look at like the river has run dry on Upstart. I mean, it's very dry. Yes. OB Jabroni. Which is awesome. How many FTDs does Upstart have today? Wasn't it like 5 mil? 5 mil ETF FTDs, so they may not all be on Upstart, but I would say a significant number of them are. We suspect that the FTD, the big stacks of ETF FTDs that are due or on Upstart at this time, are how they were able to get it off of Reg Show back in November. Or was it December? November. That's sick. The factory is in the town next to mine here in Denmark. I'm a commercial photographer and used to do their product shots. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I love their pans. My carbon steel high heat pizza pan is the best pizza cooking tool I've ever had. Do you prefer non-stick for omelets, or do you just make sure your pan is well greased and hot? I have like 2 non-stick pans, and I basically never use them. Unless I'm making like cream sauces or something with sugar in it. Oh, something acidic. I'll use, well, I usually won't use non-stick. I'll usually use like stainless steel, but I think now is a good entry for short-term beyond calls, or maybe wait for SLD. Let's see how BYND is doing this morning. I don't think this is a terrible entry point. Obviously 1533 would have been a little bit better. I forgot I was going to buy some of those. $16 calls. Ugh, those are a little higher than I want them to be. Fuck, I missed the opportunity this morning to buy them at like 0.75. They're not awful. Maybe I'll go shorter dated. What's the OI here? Yeah, it sucks. Gross. GN 27s are interesting, I guess. $18 strike? That's too high. They're still not shorting upstart significantly into the downticks in the market, so that's a fairly good sign. 4015 still proving to be a bit of a difficult resistance here on SPX. Let's see how OI has changed, because we don't want to see long side capitulation too early in the day, or we're going to pull back to 4,000. Alright, so 4015 and 4020 are still kind of weak. They are getting a little bit better on the 0 DTE side. So 4020, 4025 picking up some interest on the 0 DTE side, and still obviously a ton of support at 4,000. For the 120 expiration, like this Friday, 4025 and 410, but still a big gap between the two. Okay, so still a lot of long calls, 3985, 3990, 3995. So the downside is still really well supported here. We are seeing some profit taking on the 4,000 strike. That's something to be afraid of. As the 4,000 puts in the money close out, we don't want to slip back down to the gamma flip point at 3972. So careful with that, or at least careful chasing it too hard to the upside, especially with so little interest above 4025. But I will say that if we can move up above 4015, 4025 looks very good. IBKR and Bobby is not shortable, so the bar rate is not even available. The first I've seen this. Interesting. That's probably just because they're out of shares. That's usually how that works. I've never seen the bar rate disappear. Usually it just locks and it doesn't update. For a vehicle, try and take advantage of the 168 deduction rule. Must weigh over 68 pounds and cost more than 175K. You can write off 80%. G-Wagon and electric Porsche fall under the criteria. Interesting. When is a better time to roll upstart Jan 2015C to Feb 1750 for a slight credit? Before or after the rest of today's action? I'm thinking after, so I pay less extrinsic. Yeah, I'd probably wait till after today if I was doing that now. Hey Girk, what kind of concerns should we have for upstart GME with SLD? Potential close near dated calls to reposition, or the effect be minimal given liquidity? Sorry for repeating, thanks. The effect could still be fairly dramatic. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm gonna do, is just close like real short dated calls and then wait and reopen those. Welcome back, Shill. Welcome back, Turd. I've recently gotten a position in Baba. Oh, Jesus. Hold on, where did it go? Would you consider selling CC for Fubo? It just passed my cost aces, and I kind of want to do a call bull spread, like a debit spread. I mean, you could. The upstart to the same thing as on Friday, ups in the morning, then down flat the rest of the day. It's looking pretty similar so far. Yeah, it could. You know what? I will say this much. Upstart, even though it's dropping with the market right now, it has not realized a very significant amount of liquidity this morning yet. And so I think unless there's some liquidity resolution, hold on, let me look at, I'm trying to see something here. They're tapping IWR a little bit here on the drop. But Upstart itself isn't getting any more liquid, which is curious. Yeah, it could pull back a little bit. I don't know. There's a lot of FTDs due today though. So that could make it slightly different than Friday. Are your tips gonna bust through the pasties today or tomorrow? I mean, it looks like expansion's continuing. So they look good so far. Play for the Super Bowl? Maybe? Why? I don't know. Do you really think Domino's is gonna go up because of the Super Bowl? Like, it looks okay. Found a higher support here. Maybe? Target like 30, 50. Just keep it near the money. I don't really know if this has anything to do with the Super Bowl, but it does look okay. Fucking 4,000 sell off. Futures still look okay though. Yeah, I think futures will pull back and consolidate in this range a little longer. Futures at 40.25 right now, but they look good to find support and move back up again into that like 40.35 range. It's a bit of a race today though. As we approach the end of the day, I expect more neutral positioning for PPI tomorrow. So if we don't realize enough price action in the early part of today, the end of the day could be pretty fucking boring. ACWI. Iron Archer. How likely is it that we'll see SLD downside tomorrow already? We could, yeah. I mean, the market's high enough that we could start seeing equity sell-offs in the early part of the week. Snap earnings, they might be okay. I don't really want to play them. Okay, I'm getting excited about OPEX now because all these paid retail hype artists are hard at work. Get back to scamming old ladies for Best Buy gift cards, you scumbags. Since we meet at the casino most days, and the casinos are mostly owned by Native Americans, should we pay some homage to them with a brave pickle? No. That seems like a terrible idea. Did you talk about Baba at all yet? Thoughts? I mean, I own some Baba Leaps. I've had them for like a couple months now. I bought them in like October. It's undervalued. It's a good stock. I think Ryan Cohen's position in it's fucking irrelevant though. If SPX continues up today, 4,000 puts seem like a nice strike to capture some SLD downs. Yeah, not bad. 4,000, 38.85. Both of those are pretty decent targets. Or sorry, 39.85. $39.65 even isn't too bad. Whoever said that thing regarding Bobby and IBKR is because they don't have real-time data. I figured it wasn't the beginning of a conspiracy. Although, I feel like maybe they were trying to make it one. I recently got in Baba, and I'm just scared RCU will rug pull me, was what I wrote. I just want to say I took time off from this cult. I couldn't find a better cult. Now my contracts are green, so like a true poor, I'm back, baby. Welcome back, Johnny A. If Upstart repeats Friday again, I'm gonna lose it. I mean, it could. The pullback isn't exactly fun here. But I think we'll turn around with the market bounce because I don't think they've generated or have sufficient liquidity to continue to suppress price if the market's rising. Like they hit the ETFs a little bit there, but it wasn't very successful. One hour on this? How's that looking? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah. Upstart looks just like ready to fucking go, honestly. Yep, let's see. Pull back to VWAP and we'll see what happens. GME 450k shares on IBKR. Bar rate slightly up to 22%. Okay. You think Baba's due to bounce here? Oh, fucking Christ. Is everyone YOLOing into Baba? Baba's been on like a hot streak for a little while now. It's probably due for a pullback. It ran pretty hard into like the 118 resistance, which has been a fairly strong resistance for some time, and has seen several rejections back to like the $85 level. I would be cautious entering Baba right now. It does have some correlation. Well, it's a basket stock, but it doesn't always run like during the OPEX period. Like you'll tend to see positioning move around on it like just before OPEX, and then it stagnates during OPEX. It had a little run was it like back in November around OPEX? It ran a little bit during like August settlement. So it could push up, but so risky. And a little overpriced compared to like the average recently. No, I should say a lot overpriced compared to the average. Seems Jimmy FTDs came out based on SS posts. Is it true? 9.8 carry shares today, 27k tomorrow, then 123 on 119. No. Inverse the MSM is still a good play, generally speaking. Do we know RC's cost basis for Baba? I don't think so. There are 900 million infected Chinese with COVID. I doubt they'll be shopping at Baba anytime soon. I mean, I don't think most of Baba's business comes strictly from China. Okay, so the SPX sell-off's a bit rough here. We're falling back to the 4,000 level. Hold on. I'm trying to think if I'm going to re-enter calls or if futures aren't going to recover. Futures are at a fairly critical point. It looks like they could continue to sell off back to 4,000 where we started this morning. Yeah, there's still some more downside here, so I'd watch out. Maybe futures hit like 40.10. Do you have a typical percent that you take profits on calls? 100%? Or does it depend on the position and your expectations? I mean, if I'm profitable, I have a stop. If the stock keeps moving up and I can take 100%, awesome. But I'm happy with any positive percentage. Nvidia 17, 173.20, 174.20 gap filled. Do you see potential downs from this point? Or is this bullish till SLD? I mean, you could start targeting SLD positioning. It's up high enough. It's like almost right at like my risk point, so. But I'd keep it tight, like close to the money. What happens if the 12 through 18 theory collides with SLD? We could see a period of pullback and liquidity. They're trying to crash the market to bring down Bobby. No, they're not. Davos interview yesterday with BlackRock Daddy. They asked him, but are you okay with growth stocks in the case of a big market turnaround? And he shrugged. Bullish? That sounds pretty bullish, actually. A non-answer probably means a lot more than an actual one. How near the money for the Nvidia, like 170p, 127? I think I just got stopped out of my calls. So I probably wouldn't target further out of the money than like 165 at most. And I would want at least like 21 DTE to offset the decay so I could hold them for a couple days. $170 is better though. 170 is a lot better. Today's not over though, so you could probably wait. I don't think the rest of the day is going to be like bearish. But we did have some long side capitulation at 4,000 here. So these, a lot of this downside right here. This is selling of in the money long positions. So throughout the middle of the day now, we may see more accumulation on the long side and maybe some more strength at like 40.15 through like 40.25 where the like call side's really weak right now. I don't think a lot of the longer dated 4,000s are selling off, but a lot of those expire this Friday. Don't expect it to just go in a direction. Not until tomorrow. We expect SLD action to be generally be bearish on price. Yes. Generally leads to equity selling, and so that can big equity selling, which can obviously have a negative effect on the indices. Sold some 4 DT 1750 upstart CSPs for 90 cents. Nice. Jesus fucking Christ, the market chooses direction. Bobby wants that 500 mil market cap. Aren't the FTDs due for tomorrow? I will double check it. I'm pretty sure they were due today, right? Yeah, FTDs from November 29th. What was the date for the... Hold on. Nope, that's not Upstart ETFs. Let me find the chart. It's beyond... Upstart ETF FTDs. Yeah, they're due today. Ooh, the holiday yesterday. Fuck. You might be right. The holiday's during one of the settlement days and not during the 35C. Shit, I don't know. Let me see what, like, see what this looks like. That's bots. ACWS seeing some covering. It looks, I'm not gonna lie, it looks like we're already starting to see covering of the FTDs on ACWI. Maybe just a little bit though. Like a little bit Thursday and Friday. Today, not enough time's gone by yet, but it does look like some liquidity is coming back to ACWI. So we might be seeing it already, but it may continue tomorrow because of the holiday. I'll have to double check it, but longer dated 4000s that expire this Friday. Wait, who bought 4000s that expire this Friday? Well, I mean, yeah. Those are like the majority of the 4000 strike right now that's on the chain. Fuck, crowd is looking bullish. Yeah, I know. I told you guys. At 102 now? Yeah, my 100 calls are in the money. 110s are still down a little bit, and the 120s are, they're about break even. Everyone retail is only as strong as a phalanx. If you came here for info, you got some, do your part, go out and slaughter some FUD, shut the influencers down, and call out the shills. Thank you so much, Cody Blakely. Yeah, you guys should. You seeing price action on NFTZ? Go look. Ooh, that's fun. I mean, it kind of just looks like the rest of the basket stocks. Just way less fucking volume, right? Is there really enough volume there for it to be having any effect? How many times you have to rub your lamp before it comes out? 10, 15. Get good at working your own lamp, Mike. I need you to answer Mike's question. If you can do it in a Cockney accent, I'll be set for life. Yeah, salt lamp. Pink Himalayan salt lamp. What DIA doing? Oh, baby, Upstart about to rip. Upstart's looking okay. Market's recovering a little bit. DIA. What is the Dow doing? Dow's kind of pulling back hard today. Not a great day for the Dow, honestly. Nasdaq, and yeah, looks like a little more bullishness going into Q4 earnings, which are picking up, right? And a little less interest in value stocks. Maybe we see cat pull back a little bit here. Nope. Nope. Cat only down 20 cents today. Never mind. Somebody 50-50 cost basis Bobby shares on Friday. Use a crash to grab some $4 calls. I made all my money back plus 5%. By not being greedy and looking at trends, I'm finally not holding bags. Congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome. Using NFTZ as a bottom indicator because it's so illiquid. It barely moves up, but only on big moves, on big GME moves. Oh, okay. I mean, it looks good. Jimmy also looks good, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Hey Greg, is there anything to support waiting until 30 minutes or so after market open to start making trades? Yeah, I mean, opening volatility, while it can be very profitable, is also risky. You'll also usually pay additional premium for contracts bought in like the first 15 minutes. I used to watch the stream at a low bit rate, but Wi-Fi was upgraded at work, and now I can watch it in 1080p. And I gotta say, okay. Thanks, Sploosh. Oh, God. Mike's doing the thing again. Big downs on SPX win. I don't know if we're gonna have big downs on SPX. There's call size support all the way down to like 39.85. And the gamma flip points down at like 30 in the 39.70 range. If we hold, we'll just see more bullish positioning. I guess below like 39.93 is kind of scary if we fall back below gamma neutral. But we're already bounced off it once today. SPX takes a dump Thursday if they don't raise the debt ceiling. Oh, no one cares about the debt ceiling. Are you expecting a drop on Upstart after today? We might see one. They really don't like Upstart above 1750, do they? No, absolutely fucking not. That's why I said we need to really push past, like way past 1750 for them to drop those positions, because they're in Feb. GME inverse head and shoulders? No, not really. Like a very weak one, if one at all. What do you got, Dork? What company? Oh, Upstart. Jan 19, 2024, $10 call, 2000. Exercise for liquidity? Can you talk a little bit more about low-hanging fruit? You were discussing the hot tub stream. What makes calls basically free? We cover that. You should just go watch that segment again. JPOW just tweeted Goldman Sachs downgraded to Goldman Sachs. I do wonder if they're pushing down to get out of those 1750s. Maybe they might be fighting for them. They're either fighting for them or they want to capitulate. It's a possibility. This is the point in the saga where the big banks turn on each other? Maybe next quarter. So, PPI tomorrow, if lower than VUPS, yeah, we could push up through the day tomorrow, but remember, Our upside is going to be plagued with SLD sell-offs as people try to time the top. So on any big moves up, keep an eye on the their pullback potential could be quite a lot. Hmm. Hold on 1 second. Okay, futures look pretty good right now, actually. Next leg up. What's VIX looking like? 1973. Yeah, futures are looking pretty good right now. SPX might bounce back above 4,000 here. NVIDIA Gen 27 172.50 put enough theta? For SLD, yeah. I mean, you're gonna get some decay on it, but it should be enough. I'd still wait till like SLD starts before moving into too much put positioning. Yeah, the market still has a lot of potential to move up. Don't forget that PPI is tomorrow. Any mechanism for SLD deferral due to the MLK holiday? No, SLD doesn't get deferred. As far as I'm aware, there's no change to it. Just me, or are you more bullish on Upstart, at least short term? I'm just bullish on Upstart. I'm not more bullish, but I mean I like how it looks right now. SLD begins on the 18th and it ends on the 23rd. The morning opening bell on the 23rd. What do you got, Dork? Ooh. Bullish. I like it. Well, that looks fun. At least for the rest of the day. Hmm. We think PPI will be good. I think it'll just fall in line with analyst expectations, so continue to fall. When Bobby the new SPX? Literally never. Will you close out Feb 17 end of day or hold for tomorrow? I'm not closing out any Feb 17s. Which ones? What like for like GME and Upstart? I'm probably not gonna close any out. I just want to say I love when you and Dork say bullish things in the back chat and everyone gets in chat gets all worked up. I don't know why everyone gets all worked up. We're not even talking about shit that affects any of this. Sploosh, thank you so much, man. Welcome back to Lon Johnson, dude. Yeah, I like how this looks here. Let's see how Upstart's doing. 5 minutes. Okay, so not quite bottomed out. A little bit of liquidity left, but it seems like only enough to short down ticks. Hmm. All right. Curious. Hey, I just started straddles for SPX. Thanks, man. Oh, awesome, dude. How are they doing today? I kind of want to close the short side of mine. I already got stopped out on the long side, but I'm still a bit out of the money on the short side. I don't know if we're gonna fall back to 39.80. I don't think it looks super good right now, so I might be cutting them soon, especially if this turns around at all, because the SPX still looks pretty bullish, or at least neutral positioning might be in a higher range. If neutral positioning comes in at 4,000 though, we might see price drive down into tomorrow morning, and that would be a good exit for the put side if it happens. I've just priced down on my Febs, and I don't like that. Yeah, well, it's the midday, so you could expect IV to slump a little bit. Hmm. I don't know if SPX is going to move up here. Futures are looking okay. Ooh, sell off. Fighting at 410. Volume's really low right now. Maybe we grind down a little bit more. Let's see. So probably OPEX next week, SLD starting Wednesday. I mean, that's what I'm prepping for at least. I'm risking $20 on an SPX bounce. I'm something of a big risk taker myself. Especially when global stats have tails as more likely by a bit. Heads. Are you doing the mic thing? Is it bad to be assigned on CCs on GME the Friday before OPEX? Yeah. If Upstart is going to do something this week, seems like they have FTDs on Upstart under control for now. Is this fuckery going to get rolled out to next quarter or resolved soon? Liquidity would assume soon. Yeah, the liquidity resolution looks like it's like in full swing. It hasn't like we haven't had like a big breakout yet and a rapid realization, but slowly it's been grinding towards that. I wouldn't say that they necessarily have FTDs under control, more than that the market dropped and they have a slightly advantageous period to use up some of the liquidity created this morning, but they don't have a lot of it, right? So um they can only short for so long effectively. I would say it looks like it might be turning around soon. Yeah, we might like push up here, but maybe like a lower high, like up towards the test at 1750. This 1750 like synthetic short position still pose quite the issue. Remember those days where the stock would just keep going up and you'd take off your shirt and everyone would buy more and you'd sell at the top and we'd all wait, what? And diamond hand? I miss that. Those were fun times. Yeah, I think someone exercised like a fuck ton of in the money calls on Upstart, like Jan 2024 $10 calls, 2,000 of them. So they got a little liquidity from that. They maybe needed it to short, or they're trying to clear FTDs with like reversal trades. Yeah, as I was just talking about those OG. VIX still isn't breaking 20, which I like. VIX also isn't dropping on the upside. Let me check the OI. I think it's updated. Give me a second. All right, 4,000 OI hasn't sold off too much. Still have call support down to 39.80. Flip points at 39.67. Getting a little bit more build up at 405 and 4010. 15 and 20 are still weak, but a little bit stronger. 4025, 4030 are quite a bit stronger. Let me see how the 0 DTEs look. Okay, so 39. Yeah, the 4,000s on the 0 DTE side are still actually. I mean, some have sold off, but they're still pretty strong. They fall maybe down to the bottom of this call range. I wonder if any of those are sold. Has anyone tried using Chat GPT for trading strats? I've actually fucked with it a bit, and it's been mostly wrong and kind of stupid. Like, very confident in its ignorance. 4005 just were down. I think they sold off. I mean, if they did, it was in the last like 5 minutes. Shadow hypothesis: if Sanji comes back once, it will cause the jar to buy a disgusting amount of call leverage on GME, like ramp building. Someone's waiting for Sanjit. All right, well, I'll write that down on my MOASS checklist. I'm holding some April 24 VIX bags. Call, better roll or be patient. At this moment, I'm not hedging anything with the VIX. Okay, April 20... April 24th or April 20... I assume you mean the $24 strike. It's not the worst. VIX could spike up above 20 or through SLD. You might get at least a better reposition if you want to reposition. Tinfoil fun time. Hypothetically, what do you think would happen to GME's price if DV posted an updated position having doubled down again? Retail call FOMO would probably blow up the small amount of puts that are helping to contain price action right now. $17.50 on Upstart, still a monster wall even after we gashed up to 18.30. Yes. Yeah. 17.50 is still weighing our price action down quite heavily. ChatGPT helped me change some things about my TOS studies I didn't like. Its code knowledge is great if you need something simple. People's quant in the Chat GPT guide. I'd recommend watching the end of the video first so you get an idea if it's the kind of thing for you. When G comes back, we generally tend to see an increase in call leverage. That's ridiculous. Little fucking value. Will you be wearing something special for the sneeze-iversary? No, I didn't have an outfit planned. Do you have any ideas? Sanjit seemed like the Avatar. When the jar need him most, he vanished. I don't know if there's ever any real effects of Sanjit on the price action of GME. He was here for a lot of red days. He used to be here every day. Why is the market pulling back? Any news? Just long side sell-offs. And the money calls taking profit. Skittish bulls. GameStop apparel, which is very nice. Red VWAP headband. Interesting. Good entry for Upstart. Not terrible. Under 17's nice. If the market turns around, Upstart's going to pull back up with it. Otherwise, they're going to continue to like just short the downticks on low volume. And the volume is quite low. How much have we traded today? 3 mil? 1.5 mil on GME? Jesus. That's way lower than last week. My guy, you know he brought the bullishness of the chat, which increased call buying. Bulls are still quite dumb, myself included. I hope that's really not true. You think Jimmy will ever be above 40 without bullish news? Yeah, it could happen. Are the shorts chopped, stubborn, or confident they'll win? I think stubborn, not trapped, but persistent. Holding on. Could there be upside on GME for T+2 from last week? Yeah, there could be a bit. Weird to see the Dow down this much and not the S&P. What does it mean? Value sell-offs and purchases like of growth. NASDAQ was up earlier. So like NASDAQ and S&P outperforming Dow and Russell tends to be like a little bit of sector shifting. Well done, but I fall into the same trappings as most, though. Emotion and overholding. That's an experience thing. The Bulls like Sanjeet because his name means invincible. I see. Greeks and implied volatility are correlated? Yeah. So Upstart GME are just gonna be a cat and mouse game with liquidity until there is enough pressure for it to break out. Expecting them to drag this out for as long as possible. I expect they can drag it out at least until OPEX. After OPEX, I'm not sure if they can drag it out further, but we're getting very close to like the break point in liquidity for both of them, where like the realization of liquidity begins to pick up like velocity. And I think they're trying to hold off from that break point. I think if they get an opportunity to short really hard, they will. If you look at the period from March 14th into March OPEX, I think you'll get a good idea of what I'm talking about. Like almost at this point, they almost need to cover a little every day in order to get sufficient liquidity to stabilize price into the end of the day. And so the net is the price is continuing up, right? You know what? I'll bring it up and show you guys because I know I posted like the shit on Twitter. It was kind of a joke, but maybe this will give you guys a better idea, being able to see it. Let me go out to the 4-hour here because that's more than sufficient. Here we go. All right, so if you take a look, this is kind of like both in March, even in May to some degree. We see a very similar pre-realization of secondary market liquidity starting much earlier in the period, right? And then with the majority of liquidity realized after the OPEX expiration, right? So, you know, what we want to see in this period is, you know, ETFs becoming more liquid, right? And then that propagates the buying of GME. But if we look back here, let me zoom in. You can kind of see that like March, this period in March was like notably, you know, the price was very low, but actually from the 14th through OPEX, and 14th was the deferral date for that period. The beginning deferral date, which would be like the same as the 12th now. You know, we start to see prices continuously climb into the OPEX window, where we then see the larger realization of liquidity, right? And we're kind of seeing the same thing now, which lends, you know, a lot of credence to, you know, that the deferral theory that we're working on. You know, if and even here, I would say maybe we started a little earlier, but really, you know, on like the 11th onwards, you know, we see that same consistent price improvement, but on declining volume, right? So I think it looks pretty good for OPEX. Remember that when FINRA defers dates, they defer the settlement date. So the settlement period, whatever it is, T+2, T+5, depending on the participant, you know, MMs and ETFs. These are also deferred. So, you know, this could be the trade date, right? Like the 12th could be the trade date, or the 18th could be the trade date. And then they still have, you know, either +2 or +5 from those days. So the fact that we're seeing the secondary market liquidity realization, we're not seeing a pullback or a contraction. So Jimmy isn't becoming more illiquid, means that we're kind of right on track. And you see this to a lesser degree on smaller OPEX runs. You know, even here in May, you know, there was, you know, they shorted kind of hard before the run, but the general trend over the period, you know, was declining volume and rising prices, right? We still had, you know, a higher low here, right? In that lead up into the OPEX realization. So as liquidity becomes drier in this period, you know, we see volume decline, but, you know, upward positioning and upward pressure continue to apply upside pressure on the price. And so we see a divergence, if you will, in price and volume, right? And then, you know, when we look at that on our hold on. Accidentally close that? What the fuck? So when we look at that, you know, here, this divergence, you know, that we're seeing here, you know, reverts, and that's when we see our realization, like our bigger realization of liquidity, right? And the same thing is true here in March, you know, like secondary market liquidity is realized, and then primary market liquidity is realized, right? And you see this like kind of break point where it begins to accelerate much faster each day, right? And right now, you know, we're kind of at that point where we're continuing to see, you know, secondary market liquidity, but we haven't quite seen like the big acceleration event where, you know, lots of liquidity is rapidly realized. Yeah, same thing applies to Upstart. That's how the big guys place their trades. They can grab the low price, and then their huge order hits 1 month later after some building, and then they're on CNBC. Doesn't the deferment date count from when the deferment is granted, which can be filed and approved after the first settlement period? Yes. I think there is a time limit though. It does have to be approved within the deferral period. But yeah, a deferral granted on the or applied for on the 18th may not be granted for T plus like 3 days. Like I think it's 3 business days, 48 hours. So depending on time of day, that could be 2 to 3 business days. Seriously, clip it so I can showcase just how little value other social media stock pickers are providing. I clipped it. I'll post it later. So that means the ideal positioning strat for open is actually get into high delta sensitivity calls first, then IV calls. I actually don't agree with that, but you could. If you're gonna buy very far dated like delta sensitive calls, then it's not so bad. Like you want to capture that initial grind up, but the Greek values change really rapidly as we move into OPEX, and like the gamma expansion takes off, right? And so it's almost better to use that opportunity to buy like slightly less sensitive delta calls, like 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, you know, that are very likely to also go in the money. So, you know, extremely low premium with the potential for high, like, intrinsic value. Quick question before I head out. Do puts cost same like shares? Yes. All I want from Upstart is a Bobby type run. Is that too much to ask? Just a measly 300%. I mean, Upstart doesn't really have that much call interest on it, right? Because Upstart double topped out on the 30-minute. I don't think so. How's Fubo looking in regards to running along with Jamie and Upstart? It looks good. I would say the biggest issue with Fubo is it's more liquid and the potential for its run is a little more limited. But there's a shitload of call interest on Fubo, especially above $3. So Fubo could get kind of explosive. Calls on Fubo are super cheap, right? So that incentivizes call buyers, institutional and retail. Upstart is one of those stocks you really want FOMO on, but you'll probably never get FOMO on. I think we could see institutions move into it pretty hard. I think they're like informed investors are more aware of the situation than retail. And their FOMO is far more significant than retail's is. I think Upstart's the kind of stock where people will be like, holy shit, this thing's up 75% in like 2 days. And then, you know, they become the exit liquidity for everyone who's been in from beforehand. Kind of like Spurt. I had an entire tin of Danish butter cookies? Gross. Am I gonna die? No? Ugh. It's like making concrete in your mouth. Speaking of pastries, I went to fucking Venero's in the city last night and I got all kinds of shit. Cannoli, Sfoyatel, I got rum babas. I'm gonna go nuts. I want some cannoli right now, actually. I don't mean sushi. Oh, because yeah, sure. Sushi. You flap your arms like a large bird when the run starts. I need a real attention getter. No, Carl. Do you prefer Cosmic Brownies, Ding Dongs, Ho Ho's, or Twinkies? Well, those are different brands, and Cosmic Brownies, all of them are disgusting. I used to like Cosmic Brownies, but they kind of went downhill, and now they taste grainy. Like they've added so much sugar to them and removed so many other ingredients that they're no longer chewy. They're kind of like they taste like paste, like Elmer's paste. Like when you were a little kid, did you ever eat any Elmer's paste? Venero's is fucking overrated. I agree with you, actually. There's way better Italian bakeries in Brooklyn, but I don't want to go fucking Brooklyn. You mentioned you were going to exit the put side of your SPX straddle 4000. Why not hold them for a few more days to capture SLD downs? Fuck. I could. I just worry that they're a little too far out of the money. I'm afraid upside pressure from PPI could offset some of the drop caused by SLD. Which I think is reasonable. What does in the city mean for someone that lives in Manhattan? On the island of Manhattan. The rest of the city is kind of like the suburbs, you know? Thankfully, Elmer's is just as delicious as ever. No, close out all your pets. Oh, never. My straddle's at 39.80 from Friday. So the put straddles are 39.80 Ps. And if we move up to like 30, like 40, 50, God forbid we move higher. But like if we move up to 40, 50 tomorrow, is SLD gonna hit hard enough? And I have theta decay too. So I mean, I'd have to probably roll them out at some point. They're what expiration are they? Jan 2024. Hey man, closer for the stream. I'm seeing this now. If it is zero as a deferred OPEX for November, it comes due tomorrow at the latest. How would you shift this thesis of deferrals if they can hold off any volume-backed run into the Jan OPEX settlement? Because deferrals defer the settlement date. They do not force settlement on that date. So you still have like T+2, T+3. We discussed earlier that, you know, if deferrals are applied for, so like say settlement was due on, you know, the December 23rd, which would be due January 18th, right? And they apply for deferral on the 23rd, and then after the holiday, that deferral is approved. The deferral is approved from the date that it's approved on, right? Not from the original date. So there's a lot of flexibility in the deferral. And then also, you know, there's the trade date and then there's the realization of that trade. Right. And so we're seeing the secondary market liquidity on the ETFs, which is, you know, a good sign. But that doesn't mean we're going to see the primary market until the trade is fully settled. And just like everything else in the market, the shorts have a time machine. Always a loophole. Yeah. I feel bad for the guy at FINRA who has to sit there and mindlessly click approve all day. Man, they have 3 guys in a room that approve all deferrals, making the decision on whether or not to approve deferrals. Is there a Rex code for retail news? Sweep it under the rug. I don't think so. You guys never told me the U.S. financial markets were so fair and transparent. They're not. They're intentionally not. How do you feel about Penn's feet pick post? She doesn't make money from trading. She's thinking of OnlyFans. Are there any god algos on OnlyFans that she could track and beat? There must be one for that now. There shouldn't be. Jimmy running Jan 13th, 2021, 3 days before leap expiration. That's because of the slight discrepancies in settlement that happened to land there. Why didn't it land in the OPEX period? I mean, it always kind of begins before then. That, like, the 12th, 13th, 14th, those are settlement days. So yeah, and there's also, don't forget, and I think everyone forgets this, it's not just one ETF on GME. You know, there's 100. They're not all going to settle on the same date at the same time, and the ones with bigger risk, it's just gonna, you know, they're probably gonna wait longer, right? Or they're gonna try to push it out as much as possible. There isn't just like one ETF settling in this period, right? If these are deferred, there could be like 100 different ETFs all being used to create liquidity, settling at different times throughout different days. That's why we look at windows and we're not like, this date, this is the date, right? Hopefully the shells aren't soggy. Also, chocolate chips or pistachios? They're not. They were fresh, and pistachio. With the capitulation and neutral positioning coming in, is 4020 out of range today? Actually, no. Just because of the 0 DT interest, I think we could move slightly above 4020 potentially, and then maybe fall back into a more neutral range, maybe around 4,000 for that like neutral positioning into PPI tomorrow. I don't think the positioning for PPI is all that neutral, right? The uncertainty with the data outcome is reducing as we continue to see cooling in these. And it was like the CPI print going into that, right? Positioning was like far more bullish, right? It wasn't like the CPIs we'd seen up until that point over the last like 3 months have been really fucking neutral, right? Or maybe even like skewed a little bearish. And now we're starting to see kind of the opposite, right? You know, there's so much confirmation of that data set that people are even like just a little more bullish on the outcome. And so that's skewing that neutral positioning towards the upside. Is the MLK holiday going to affect us? It shouldn't. It shouldn't defer any significant settlement that we, at least that we care about. Have you tried putting cannoli in the freezer for a while before you eat them? It's dope. I have not Volgavana way, but that actually sounds amazing, and I love almost everything frozen. Makes sense. I'm sure the ETF's Jimmy is now in versus then or different. Yes. Yeah, so there can be changes there as well. The Ivy play for Jimmy 125, Jan 13, dead? Okay, wait, what? You have Jan 13, 125 GME calls? That's never been a play. I know you mentioned SPX 4020s, but what about the 4100 calls going ITW? I'm not going to disappoint this time, right? I don't know, McChuggets. Are you buying 4100 calls right before SLD? If Upstart runs in the next 6 to 8 trading days from this price upwards, it seems unlikely to me, even with shorting afterwards and bad earnings coming up, that it would see 12 again. What do you think? I think it could see 12 again. You still think GME going to run today or tomorrow? I think it's more likely to run the 20th to 25th at this point. I still think we're going to see more upward pressure. I think there's still secondary market liquidity that's not fully resolved yet, that will continue into tomorrow. So we're going to maintain that upward pressure. If they get a sufficient amount of liquidity in the pre-market, they may short us down, but like, I've explained this in the past. The way this kind of works is, you know, you have like a dam, right? And you got all this like liquidity back behind the dam, right? So up here, you know, you got big liquids. And as this liquidity is realized, right? You know, you start to get like little cracks in the dam, and the liquidity comes pouring out, right? And you know, they come in and they try to like patch up that liquidity and get rid of it, you know. But then you get like another crack over here, right? And while they're patching that one, you get one here. And then you get another one, right? And then, you know, eventually these start connecting, right? And then all fucking hell breaks loose. So that like interchange of liquidity we see every morning, where they get a little bit of liquidity and they use it throughout the day, right? And the same with the ETFs, right? And then, you know, that goes into the next day, and they get a little more liquidity, and they keep doing this, right? Eventually there's not enough left to cycle to keep up with the increase in volume, and so they start to slip behind and the price begins to rise, which we're seeing now. And then eventually it kind of gets out of control and the realization of liquidity accelerates. Yeah, it's unsustainable. Because eventually you can't create enough synthetic liquidity to keep up with the continuous price action. And so then, yeah, you have to, you know, it capitulates, and you get that big surge in implied volatility and volume, and the underlying becomes super liquid, and you're perfectly positioned to short volatility once again. GME, I'm sorry, any of these super illiquid and heavily synthetically shorted stocks, Brian C. Same like trying to cinch in bad oysters from capitulating. Yeah. Uh Kind of like Kenny running to the bathroom because his buffalo is over full. High pressure colon situation. SPX's recovery here looks pretty good. We'll see if it pushes back up above 4,000. Maybe a little later in the day. How big is Citadel's compliance team? Probably huge. I'm sure they employ lots and lots and lots of lawyers. When cannoli? In a little bit. Give me a second. I still have some coffee left, so I don't want to run out of coffee before I eat one. So let me see what the SPX is going to break 4,000 or not. Shorts of the beavers of the stock exchange. So why not sell 1, 2 Delta GME CCs for this week with the expectation liquidity isn't realized until next week? That's tricky because sometimes, because it's hundreds of different ETFs where liquidity is realized at different times, right, Ryan? We can run on like Thursday or Friday. It's happened before, especially with pressure very high, and that can fucking destroy you if you're selling out of the money covered calls. Also, are they worth anything? Like, what the fuck? What are you gonna get out of a weekly 0.1 delta? Like $20? Eh. I mean, you could, I guess. I'm not gonna do it because I have to do it at scale for it to be worth it. Yeah, you could just sell CSPs, right? Like you're less likely to be assigned on a CSP. Hey Greg, I haven't been around for a while. What's up? Don't squanch my square. Just checking to say what's up. I still feel sick, although I took a Z-Pack. Can you ask Dr. JFresh what to do at the next quant meeting? Yeah, I'll reach out to him and see if he has any medical advice. That drop on Upstart really murdered calls and IV. Feb 35s went from 5.8 to 3.5 in 10 minutes. Seems artificial. Trying to shake call holders. I think just trying to stabilize price under the synthetic short position. And part of that is the hedging of the synthetic short position, right? If we get a run on this Friday, do you expect the price to continue into next week? Even if it's just for the Monday, like Freg's Day. If we get a run on this Friday, do you expect the price to continue into next week? Could. Yeah. Especially if it pushes a sufficient number of calls in the money. Have you thought about giving away the car to your mom for a YouTube video? No. I don't care about the write-off. If you buy a put, isn't it also technically cash secured? You use cash to obtain it. No, because it's not secured. It's not like a like if you're buying a put, it's not collateralized unless you own 100 shares of the underlying. Hey guys, hook it up with some likes to help Gherkin get his mom a car. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna buy me a car, but thanks, Bearman. Alright, SPX's recovery looks pretty good. This should pull up Upstart, GME, Fubo. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go dig into my pastries real quick. I was getting a cannoli. No, I was looking at some of the like hybrid SUVs, Lexus and Kia, Toyota, Hyundai. I looked at the Porsche one yesterday, because there's a dealership here in Manhattan. But I wasn't going to spend $168,000. I mean, unless it's 0 DTs on SPX. What's up, Sir Bro Hamdan? No, it's a cannoli. Hyundai and Kia hybrids are like bulletproof. It's just hard to get parts for them sometimes. She drives too much for a lease. I don't like Mazdas. If Jimmy ever has a red candle again, I'm quitting my job. EAF on the daily. I'll take a look at it. I don't know how they're positioned in the sector or what they do. I would say from a technical standpoint, it looks okay, but its near-term price action might be a bit capped out. I might be looking in like the $5 range for DCA. And then what's your time frame on that? Like, I'd imagine a few months. Short term, I don't love it. I mean, there might be like a little profit to capture there, but what, like 40 cents? 40, 60 days? Yeah, but I would wait for another breakdown before entering, right? Like, this is like the worst time to try to enter this. Maybe SLD will present some opportunity. SLD is the 18th through opening bell on the 23rd. How come GME prices have been steady going up, but GM is still going down? Would we hit Gamma Max without covering? That seems unlikely. Mostly large sold call positions are driving Gamma Max down on both GME and Upstart. Also synthetic short positions. SPX looking inverse head and shouldery. SPX looks great right now. Let's be honest with each other. Bear man. His siblings gonna be jealous of mom getting a car and they only get a laptop. Yeah, well, that's okay. I just landed a new job with full benefits, matching 401k. Had to take a break and regroup mentally after losing my ports and Novexes from last year. I'm ready to be hurt again. What's up with Baba and RC? RC bought a very small stake in Baba,
and then told them that they should do share buybacks. Congrats on the job, though, man. That's awesome. This time around, don't full port into OPEXs. They're risky as fuck. Charlie Vids can hook you up with a sweet must. That's true. Roko says, why does MSM want to push out info on RC investing in Baba? Why not? Who cares? What does it matter? You really think that there's something to that? SEX closing above or below 4,000 tomorrow? Tomorrow's close? Fuck. I don't know. I expect PPI will garner some more bullish momentum, but I also think like whatever peaks we get are gonna get rug pulled by people selling equities off for SLD. So tough. Fun, but tough. We might be able to hold above 4,000 and to close tomorrow with the maybe more of the SLD be realized later into the week. I mean, does everyone ever just consider that MSM writes articles because people click them? And, you know, the more clicks an article can generate, the more types of those articles they're going to write. It generates hits because of the cultish following of the greatest rug puller of this generation. Exactly, Barry McCockiner. Oh yeah, you changed your name. Barry McKinner. That's crazy talk. I know. Almost like mainstream media purely motivated by advertising revenue. Not great journalism. I fucking hope not, T5. Be careful, Gurk. You're being really rational right now. I'm sorry. Upstart under control or Upstart getting ready for some covering? HM. I think that'll depend on the amount of volume realized on index moves. If we get big index moves with some decent volume, then I think Upstart will move up again. Otherwise, they may be able to stabilize it into the end of the day. Is there any hope for your SPX 0 GTs? Oh, I don't know. The 4030s? Probably not, but if they print, it'll be fun. Those are just kind of, I just bought those for fun. They're like fucking 80-cent calls. I already sold off most of my long positioning on SPX today. The evil plan was to distract the pickle jar that it worked. They're all like golden retrievers who flip their head around and say weeklies with every article posted. Ah, I see. Trying to get people to FOMO into Baba. What's Baba doing today? Down 1.68%. So puts would have been the right choice. Yeah, Baba tapped resistance last week. I'd be careful with it. Really careful buying into Baba at these fucking prices. Baba very easily could see the $80 range again. Very, very easily. Literally any bad news out of China. $30 drop. FYI, after 2 years, the speed at which you read has gone up 20% due to the stream alone. I don't know about that. I'm usually a pretty fast reader. Speed at which I read aloud has definitely gone up. Do you ever get tired of answering the same question 100 times per day? I mean, as long as me answering the question helps someone, I don't mind. It's annoying when people ask me shit, like, to troll. But, whatever. You're gonna hate this, but DRS is working. Well, it does a thing. Do you ever get tired of answering the same question 100 times per day? Oh god. See, that's my point. As an investor, have you told Upstart to buy back shares yet? No, but I'm gonna start doing that. I'm just gonna send them a letter. I'm gonna be like, you know, I own 0.0001% of your company, and I think that you need to complete your share buyback immediately. All major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed on Monday, January 16th, 2023, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Awesome. Hey guys, flight canceled. Powwow with RC scheduled for same day as GME earnings, which he told me he plans on moving. Here to join the party today, though. Hugs, rugs, and sloppy smooches. Mwah. What's up, Rug Polopotamus? I just did the option swap thing where I max out all the values and made minimal white. Where did I go wrong? Some of the trolling you really like. I think you really enjoy saying I'm not a centaur, and once that dies down, you'll actually say it is say it unprompted for a few times a day. And probably not, no. You should say you represent a group of pickle-themed investors who own a much larger stake than that. At least one share more if you count all the fractionals. Hedge my GME Feb 17 30 Cs with GME Feb 3rd 40 Cs. Thanks for all the knowledge. I've learned a lot. That's good for you, Hazy. Transferring the pickle jar into a fund, and then we could start corporate rating and sending letters. That's true. It'd be fun. The market was closed yesterday. I own 0.00000006% of HYMC, and they need to do share buybacks so I can cover my position. Systems have been down at work all day. I'm so bored. Any good plays to lose all my money? I don't know. SPX is looking pretty fun into the end of the day. Sava's been doing a thing. BTU is fun today, right? Anybody pick up those 30s this morning? I'm excited. As long as letters are signed, the pickle jar, I'm down. If you send a letter to RC and ask him why he didn't buy Upstart. No, we don't want him to. We don't want him anywhere near it. Corporate rating, that would be fun. I need more realized power than shushing. Well, I'm only, you know, like $950 million away from that. So, we'll get there one day. Pull the chat, ask them if they'd expect a ludicrous management fee. And then you can rub that in Kenny and Larry's faces. Just like 10% management fee for deposited cash. I wonder if I can make I could make the returns worth it. The risk would be so high. Especially at scale. I love it. You know what? Hedge funds are too complacent with their hedging. Fuck hedging. 1 second. It's exciting. That was the fastest delivery of a bagel I've ever had in my life. That was like 4 minutes. 4 minutes from when I put in the DoorDash order. It showed up in my apartment. It's still fucking warm. It's mad sus the food arrived that quickly. A little bit, right? I mean, the place I bought it from is not very far away, but it's like a couple blocks. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. Can you show me the 1 hour? You pay double the bagel for delivery? The delivery fee is free, but with the tip, yeah. Just like $10. I moved to Charlotte from the Northeast. I can't find a decent bagel to save my life. Outside of barbecue, the food is absolute dog shit here. Yeah, you should have gone one state further south. North Carolina does not have good food. Except for barbecue. South Carolina, a little more cuisine, a little more Southern cuisine, which is not bad. Probably not what you like if you're from the East Coast, like Northeast, but when you said shirt off at Delta Neutral, you were talking about Jimmy, right? I never said shirt off at Delta Neutral. Nice try. Hmm. Upstart's just consolidating. Apple is being a prune. Well, it looks like the market's enjoying the, well, the, whatever that is. The new iMac or whatever the fuck they made. If Upstart's GM is 2033, is there a way on a run it can hit 25? I'm thinking of rolling my strikes down. Yes. First of all, Gamma Max can move up as, you know, in the, like, so first off, any sold calls that close will drive Gamma Max up. $9.95? Sesame with vegetable cream cheese. Where'd you eat the best fried chicken? Ooh, Atlanta or South Central LA? The toss up. We were both pretty good, but I was different degrees of drunk. I've never been to Nashville, thankfully. Roscoe's? You see the FTDs on GME? Can you explain what could happen here? Not much, but it's nice. We're starting to see an increase in fails on GME again for the first time in quite some time. Hopefully those continue. You guys were driving from Anaheim up to fucking South Central every day to eat at Roscoe's? Dude, Westside Livery Stables, New York City, 1.3 stars, closing soon. A distressed stable for your future minis. Also, would you get your mom a cart for them to pull win-win? Jesus Christ. Miguel's Jr.? Oh, Miguel's Jr. is pretty good. Haven Hot Chicken in Connecticut is tops. You'd think Connecticut wouldn't be like a go-to place for fried chicken. Hmm. If you like fried chicken, try the nuggets at McDonald's. Jimmy bullish doji on the 15-minute now. Dork. You don't have to sink that low, man. We don't need to use candlesticks. Dork is one of us. The people's quant. Would a local low here on SPX be bullish for a return to VWAP? It would be bullish for a continuation of the trend. Ideally, yeah, we get a higher low. Pushing back up towards 4,000 into the end of the day. No, we don't. Yeah, but is that an impulse wave, dork? Problem I have with McDonald's is trying to get the staff to actually take my order. If you had to guess, what is the opposite of a taint? Scalp? It is. Nice trash. Market crashes off the table mostly, and bottom may be in. Isn't that very, very bullish for GME? It's not bad for them. It's a double clustered boom hunter asymptote with a negative logarithmic velo value of plus 69. Okay, now you're just trolling. If no VUT by tomorrow, is deferral theory dead? Do you still anticipate a June run? Man, we're up like 60 fucking percent in the last like 4 days. Fucking pores. The exception of Bobby, wouldn't you say that all the other stocks have seen very controlled upper movement for an August to Jan deferral? It's not August to Jan, it's November to Jan. First off. Second of all, settlement can occur after the deferral period because it just defers settlement. So you still have T plus 2, T plus 3, T plus 5. All of those are still available. We've already realized a significant amount of secondary market liquidity. We just haven't seen a significant amount of volume in the primary market yet. That can change, and it can change rapidly. I went over this earlier today as well. It's still an OPEX run, right? Like, even in January of 2021 and in March of 2022, those were OPEX runs. The majority of the run still occurred on OPEX. It's the deferred settlement period and increasing price action, which are indicative of the deferments ending. Why are you bullish on SPX today? I mean, I'm not super bullish on it. I have some calls, but I also have like 20 puts at 39.80. Fuck you, Gaff. I know you're just sitting there on the FINRA website looking at the Rex codes and not telling me the things I want to know. Is Kenny your client? I'm Richard. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Phew. Ah. Phew. Oh, fuck. You know I can't divulge that. How much work do you do with iShares? Oh. Thank you. I think I've already said too much. Ow. Tesla dead? Oh, what's it doing? Tesla looks fine. Do you think a market crash is still on the table at a later time this year? How high can the market go before institutions sell at the top? 4,300, fill those two gaps, then crash the market alone with whatever political news? 4,300 seems a little out of reach right now. We've already begun Q4 earnings season. I don't think that's going to be a positive. The Fed rate decision at the end of this month might be viewed positively, but the effects of rising interest rates and the rapid increase of those rates into the end of last year will be realized in equity pricing. Many stocks still trading at highly exuberant PE ratios. Like that's not something that's going to be maintained. Regardless of how much confidence there is in the Fed actually pulling off a soft landing. A crash is still a black swan event, right? So is a soft landing. I guess we'll see which one we get, but I think we're going to see significantly more downside, especially, don't forget, rates are going to continue to increase and yields are going to continue to go up, which is going to pull money out of the equity market anyway. Jimmy's still above TWAP. How do you think markets will react to the debt ceiling conversation? No one cares. This comes up every fucking year. It never gets resolved. It's even worse now than it used to be, and it just no one in the market cares anymore. The news talks about it a lot because people listen, but it actually is irrelevant. They'll agree on something, before it has too detrimental effect on their own pockets. Didn't some guy do like an analysis of when the debt ceiling resolves? It's like before the congressional paychecks are issued. Like their monthly paychecks. So they'll push it all the way into the point until they're about to not get paid, and then they'll resolve the issue really fast. Yeah, it's just theatrics. I strongly believe we'll default on debt this year. Not likely. We'd destroy it first. Fresh yellowfin ahi tuna salad, soy caviar, wonton strips, heirloom tomatoes, and wasabi vinaigrette for the win. That bagel made me hungry. Wait, are you gonna put all that shit on a bagel? That sounds... too much. My mom, an avid Fox News watcher, I don't know what that means, is very concerned about the debt ceiling, but has no idea what it is. I just want to remind everyone that you can paper-handed bitch to ping former pigeon whales who used to at everyone in the Discord. Give it a try now. Thanks, CTD. Yeah, guys, you can at paper-handed bitches in the chat. It's allowed. So as much as they've annoyed you with their at everyone's while they were pigeon whales, now that they have fallen, you can seek your vengeance. When I set out to create a class system and hierarchy, man, is it just so well fleshed out. It's so easy to create, a feudal caste system. And very productive. I'm gonna get timed out for this, but you can mute the pigeon whale chat. Yep, you're definitely getting timed out. It keeps us from uniting against you. That's crazy. I think the guy who put wieners on his McLaren was the most recent paper-handed bitch. That's true, actually. Will you touch your nose when the peak has peaked? I promised Warden I would sell on the way down. Oh man, I'm gonna touch my nose a bunch. How are you gonna know which one it is? I'm so mad at you right now. Get fucked, Hazy. Even though I'm a pigeon whale, I kind of would be tagged as a paper-handed bitch. That sounds cool. I mean, I can make you both if you want. Like a superposition between pigeon whale and paper-handed bitch. Just here's what you do. Create another YouTube account. Sign up for pigeon whale with that. Right? Create an alternate Discord account to match it. Then that one falls out of pigeon whale, like you paper hand. Then you can have both. You can live, you can, you know, kind of like slumming it, right? Like you can log into your other account and slum it. If I add quant to the end of my name, that's how quant got it. That's not how that works. Slumdog Dillionaires. I don't know what barbecue you're talking about. No wonder he keeps losing money, Carl. Why do you do that to him? I assume you can't have more quants because the most you can have is 4. That's what the word means, right? No? It's short for quantitative. Because bullet swaps. Sometimes I slum it as Gherk's bagel delivery, man. Don't worry, I added extra white Gherk. Wink, wink. Is that why it was so salty? I think that JFresh mentioned the weekend stream, although very informative about the recent data, but it might be a bit confusing for some people that became afraid to position the downside of these good opportunities as we move higher and higher. I don't necessarily agree that we're not going to see any downside, but we are seeing a turnaround in positioning, and momentum is definitely favoring the bulls. So yes, there's opportunity to the downside, but it is, with the market continuing to grind up, it does become riskier, and you'll have, less, informed investor support because, well, puts are expensive. Puts cost same as shares, but not same as calls. Calls free right now. Free calls. Sort of. I don't think so. Isn't a quant someone who lets another man make sweet white and his wife? It's short for quant cord. No, that's called your neighbor. About to order an uplift desk. Are they worth it? You know, mine is flat and it has 2 legs, so that's cool. Has anyone ever become a Ko-Fi member at $250,000 a month? Not that I'm aware of. Imagine you missed that. Yeah, like I just missed the Ko-Fi. I thought it was short for quantum because we're all living in a superposition of understanding literally everything and nothing about the market simultaneously. No gaff. Girk, are billionaires same like upper middle class? Yes. Like homeowners. I'm doing it right, Heath Dill. Thanks for asking, man. I was timed out for saying maybe I want a paper hand tag. Was that Carl? Probably. Coral, come on, man. Also, PyPhi, I'll think about the superposition of both Pigeon Whale and PHP. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you want to just hang out with the pores and make them feel like you're one of them. What explains the uber low VN for GME and Upstart right now? Not a significant amount of shorting occurring, at least not synthetic shorting. They're kind of tapped out on that front. The market maker's Vega is neutral at a low price. Which I think generally precedes periods of rises in implied volatility. We're going to try to dig into this more. What's GME's at today? Even look. I know it's low, but how low? No, it's quite low. Interesting. Why is membership so expensive? I don't think it is. It's like $25 for like basically everything. The $100 one's just like for people who want to show more support or whatever. And at everyone in Discord. It says 250,000. The memberships are through YouTube, not Ko-Fi. That one's a joke. There's no Ko-Fi membership, like anything. Expensive fucking pores. What do you get for a membership? Oh, Jesus. I don't want to do the sales thing. I made like a hostage video about it. Where's the hostage video? Does anybody have a link to that? Carl. Don't worry, we got this. Yeah, you guys can explain it. CNS is running right now. Could we get the CNS song in honor of Gaff? But at like 3:10 when it closes. One pickles pick is enough to pay for membership for years. Those are supposed to be paper traded as practice. I joined Zillionaires and my acne cleared up and my dog came back. I think it's really clever how you pretend someone's at your door by knocking on your desk and then killing the camera feed to the poor stream before you tell us secrets on the rich stream. Nice. Yeah, Upstart's moving back up above VWAP, or it's headed to VWAP. We'll see if it breaks. I've had more stamina since becoming a billionaire. Nice. You get access to a library of over 250 fan fictions about Gherk, the Quants, and Moonwind. That's true. There's also some, like, Rule 34 stuff in there. My billionaire membership got me into the best stock ever. Dole. Totally worth it. Sorry about that. Rocket Randall Hood is my new intern. His excitement, he jumped the gun. I'll discipline him appropriately. Okay. I joined Zillionaires and my dad finally came back with milk and cigarettes. Nice. I enjoyed Zillionaires and I'm still just a lowly librarian. Make it what you will. You gonna chase some shitty penny stocks, Kino? The banter here helps me not miss my son being home so much. That's awesome, Dana. I'm probably the only billionaire in my country. You might be. You might not be. Billionaires come from all over the world. Actually, it's crazy when you think about it. When are you going to remove the put wall on Jimmy and let us run? I don't know, man. I'm doing billionaire. My cat died. Good. That cat. What do you think of the FTD numbers? I like them. We have like some actual like elevated fail to volume ratio on GME for the first time in a while. I've never traded stocks in anything other than pot. I don't know if I'd have fun doing stocks on like Lucy or something. Interesting. I mean, you'd feel more emotionally attached to them. Visuals are issued personalized varsity jackets and a jelly of the month. Ooh, this month. Red currant. What do you think of that? Maybe I'll send it out with a brie. Since becoming a pigeon whale, I've realized that life outside of 9:30 to 4 p.m. is less exciting. That's correct. Billionaire has boosted my tea and made my wife's boyfriend envy me and made a Corvette appear in my driveway. Congratulations, Danification of the stock market. Since becoming a pigeon whale, the amount of people who respond to my thoughts with emojis has increased substantially. That's true. I did my own DD by paying for billionaires. He'll do it for me. After becoming a billionaire, I now make 6 figures and can move to a third world country to hoard all of it. Man, I have the best testimonial bots. Checkmater Rob. Checkmate Rob. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. As for what members get, as soon as I became a member, Paul Rudd showed up at my house and asked if we could be best friends. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, Toilet Wine. Billionaires is worth it just for the secret TRSDD. If you're not a member, you can click the Becoming a Member link in the description to see the hostage video. Imagine the information you need being in a description. That would be awkward. I've never been a billionaire, and my life is a mess. Hindsight is always 2020, but I could have saved at least 25K by paying only $24.99 a month. Thanks, Buttlicker. I joined Billionaire and went baked, bald, from the friction of Gurk pulling my head down until I bought his covered calls. That sounds about right. I have also unsubscribed, and I've gone back and unliked the last 400 episodes of Pi-Fi that I liked. Oh no. I joined the quant team, and now I lose more money than I could ever imagine. Gaff told me that Cardano was going to moon, and now I just eat condiments for lunch. You should have averaged down, turd. The day I became a billionaire, I was able to put Fruit Loops up the chocolate tunnel without breaking them. And not just any Fruit Loops, the big ones that you buy on Amazon. It's just one giant Fruit Loop that comes in like its own package. Yeah, absolutely, Eskel. No problem, man. Before typing here, I asked ChatGTP if it's a good question and proceed only if ChatGPT approves. So you're saying that all of your decisions are controlled by an AI chatbot? The computer share live stats are okay. I'm hungry. Please spoon feed me SPX afternoon price action. Also, please ban Carl. I have 4,000 Cs and 4030 Cs. One of those is probably gonna hit. I hope. My heel flips pop way higher since becoming a billionaire. Yeah. I think we've taken this too far. What's the theory if no volume this week? We may not get a lot of volume this week. We just want to see a continuation of liquidity realization in the secondary market. We may get a little more volume, but yeah, probably not a lot. Not like a huge amount. Sustained price levels going into Friday are very good, because that means more options expiring in the money. How much to be a pigeon whale for 15 minutes? I heard it could save me 15% or more on my car insurance. I don't... That seems like an unfounded claim, but it might. Did you read Gaff's posts about the Bitcoin cycle over the weekend? Yeah. I know all about the Bitcoin super cycles. The only thing Gaff's not accounting for, and I noticed it wasn't on the charts, was the failure of Binance. That's nowhere. Like, you need to factor that in. I'm so glad that you locked DFV and Pulte in the Discord. I've just become a billionaire and my wife left her boyfriend. Nice. Thank you so much, Jordan Brown. I appreciate that, man. Did you have a message that you wanted to go along with that? Or maybe not? Let me know. How do I put the new subscribers to the DTCC secret files? It's the 4030C that will hit, not the 4,000. That's not how that works. I'm sorry to ask again if you answered this earlier. Why is SPX IV for this Friday steadily tickling down? Shouldn't it go up due to PPI? No, not necessarily. I mean, today and tomorrow, like tomorrow's expiration will probably trickle up due to PPI, but I don't know if that'll affect as far out as Friday. And a rising market's going to reduce volatility a bit. I think VIX bumped a little hard this morning, and you're kind of just seeing the after effects of that trickle off. Did that poor join Zillionaire yet? How much more convincing do you need? I've almost been banned 32 times since becoming a Dillionaire. 33 now walking. I became a Dillionaire and then I realized I could become a mod and get it for free instead. To be fair, Greco-Roman wrestling, what was the rest of that? Why did you do this to me? I was right in the middle of it. I became a Dillionaire and car warranty people finally stopped calling me. Are you planning on entering any near zero risk plays of the excess capital into something like bonds over the next year? Or do you just manage everything since you're a god? I don't really like buying bonds. I can make better yields off individual equities. Is the super cycle accounting for the giant bubble that is Tether? It doesn't account for any extraordinary effects. Sorry, will BBBY likely follow the same run as GME, or should I cut losses at 450? It could. I need to see how positioning plays out today. So people are all going to pump their profits from last week back into Bobby, right? Jordan. And where they position those profits, whether near the money or out of the money, I think will greatly influence its potential for price action over like the next week and a half. Totally disrupting a chat like this is actually a decent use for Chat GPT. Shadow banned meets shadow spammed. Scary, I guess. Why are people so obsessed with Chat GPT? Like, is it really that impressive? All he needs to know is his shares are auto DRS from this day forward. How is the Sava play looking? It's been going pretty good since I entered it. Sava's up today. Take a look at the chart here. Not too much volatility increase, which is kind of what I want to see. So volatility's been fairly stable. Little spike here, but yeah, the bull put spreads are still doing well. I mean, price obviously isn't dropping at all. You know, when and if this peaks on a run, I'll probably sell bear call spreads on it in order to capture Sava's insane implied volatility. The bull put spread, not great at capturing it, but you can take that extra credit and buy a call also and give yourself like a little more exposure to the upside moves. I got a real call from CRE yesterday, just a friendly reminder to do my corporate taxes. Oh, okay. The day I joined Billionaire is the day my leprosy reversed and my gentleman's sausage reattached itself. Wait, I thought you were just a rolling head in a cowboy hat. I became a billionaire and now my credit card is charged $25 a month. Why did Bobby run in the first place? Probably the insane amount of call volume at like the $2 and $3 strike that went in the money and triggered a risk off. Unfortunately, that came alongside the realization of quite a lot of liquidity and a continuation of a run on Bobby. If retail doesn't appropriately position, might be very unlikely. Why does treasurydirect.gov look like a scam site? Am I the only one who thinks this? I mean, it is, right? Where in your life did you come up with the idea that you could trust the government? GPT is the first friend to respond to their texts. The best bond ever would be selling $15 CSVs last week on GME. Yeah, those were pretty good. Did 20K weekly calls just go in the money? Yep, Tesla's doing a thing. We already positioned for this perfectly at the bottom of the run. Did you not do the reverse diagonal spread? That's super dope. People are obsessed because it's a black box that gives answers, and people have a tendency to believe authority figures or facsimiles thereof. That makes sense. Hey Gurk, first time viewer, can you tell me a little bit more about the membership levels? How do we know you're not a shill? You don't. To be honest, from the first few minutes I've watched, you give off strong centaur vibes. Please explain. Thanks, Tim. I'm not a centaur. Because I can do what I just said, yes, it will be that impressive. It can turn a person into a code monkey almost overnight. It will empower bots and should be destroyed before it becomes mom. I think it should be destroyed before all the programmers lose their jobs. Especially the lower level ones, right? Is the opposite of a PMCC a rich man's sold puts? Dear God. I doubled my HBM position at 550 cost basis. Oh, nice. After becoming a billionaire, my Discord name changed from white to green because billionaires make green more than white. Shit. Are GME bear call spreads a good alternative to cover calls if you don't have shares? Thinking how to play the peak of a run where long puts would be crushed out. Yeah, bear call spreads are, provided you have the margin. Did the fruit of the loom logo ever have a cornucopia horn? Yes? I enjoy a good dill pickle. Thanks, the big dill. And fickle pickle tickler. How many tests of 1750 till these motherfuckers capitulate on Upstart? I don't think they want to capitulate. Since becoming a zillionaire, I've lost 90% of my actual port, started degen paper trading SPX 0 DTs, and turned 4K into 30K since 1230. Congratulations. Yeah, no problem, Sesame. I couldn't believe it when I saw a parade of centaurs galloping through the streets, dressed in traditional Persian attire and holding jars of pickles. Chat GPT 2023. Oh, Jesus. Win Fubo $5. What's up, Natty? I don't know. What's it out right now? It's still not $3, so we're not talking about it. Maybe next week? A break of 3 is going to be kind of nuts. The puts at 2 are almost sold off completely. Why are Jimmy and Upstart inversing each other today? I don't know. God, there was never a cornucopia. Fruit of the Loom trademarked it and never used it. I've never owned any of their clothing. Wish me luck. I'm getting ready to meet the vice president of my company to discuss my promotion to head of the concrete division, which I know nothing about concrete. Don't talk about concrete then, because, you know, he's going to find out. Steer the conversation another way. No, it doesn't extend the window. We expect to continue to see secondary market liquidity realized on GME. But the run can still occur during OPEX, right? Like the big volumetric part of the run does not happen before OPEX. Price improvement occurs before OPEX. The volume all like, at least historically, the volume all comes in after the deferral period. But the deferral period is indicative of the run, because we begin to see like secondary market liquidity realized. Then we see the price action occur on the underlying in the primary market. Jan 13 leading into the Jan 15th expiration in 2021, March 14 leading into the March 18th expiration in 2022. Sand, cement, lime, and crushed stone. Now you're an expert. Is Upstart and Jimmy inversing each other? A sign that the hedgies opened pickle swaps, foiling our plans for both to run simultaneously. No. They're not even in the same, like, ETFs. Explain Jimmy like I'm a Welshman. Ah. Have liquidity, Gherk? Can you milk me? Probably. Okay, I did it. I bought more Upstart. Just shares, sadly. Volatility on this thing is too tasty to not leave it alone. Fair. Quick Lime and Soda love each other very much. They DRS their white and concrete is made. Nice. My plans for Jimmy Upstart to run one after the others. This is perfect. EPM spiking, earnings in 2 weeks. What are you thinking? I already have calls. I managed to get filled on 2 calls. They're not my favorite calls. Maybe some shares? I don't know. Are shares greedy? Shares are probably greedy. Retested 300, but I don't know, 3090 maybe? The fucking OI is atrocious. BTU looks awesome right now. It's doing all the things I want it to do, right? It went up today. Yeah. BTU looks great. Can't stop, won't stop. Look at that recovery. Oof. Shout out to the pickle jar lurkers. Super thankful you're still here teaching folks. Pickles picks have been solid too. Thanks, DH. Yeah, they've been pretty good lately. Had a few good weeks now. What's GM for Tesla? Oh, fuck. It's really high. I wonder if it came down over the weekend. Nope. Still at 186. I guess it ticked down a little bit into the weekend. But yeah, 186. When cooking with high quality paprika, do you activate it first by making a roux with it with the grease? Or are you an animal and you just put it in with the rest of your seasonings? No, usually I heat my seasonings in well, a fat. Not necessarily oil, but sometimes oil. Getting banned from Superstack is your villain origin story. I became more villainous afterwards. They pushed me to it. Let's say we set a goal of theta ganging $100 a week for low risk. What's a reasonable amount of capital to tie up? It would be smart to play our high IV stocks instead of Apple, etc. I mean, if you're playing high IV, that kind of defeats the low risk part of what you want to do there. Probably you'd have to tie up like $1,000 per $100. Really low risk, 10,000 for $100 yield weekly. But I think you can hit better yields than that. You can hit like 3-4% yields and still be fairly risk averse. Why are commodities shitting the bed today? Will they go up ever by OPEX? BTU's up. What other commodities are shitting the bed? HBM's pulling back a little bit today, but not much. God, that's so annoying. I gotta work on that. I made $21 so far this year lending my Fubo shares for short selling, feeling the wealth trickle in on my 30K investment. Nice. You know it'll run eventually, and you'll be able to sell covered calls on it, or it'll see price improvement. I know it got shorted hard, but it's temporary, right? Feels like SPX is gonna try something soon. Hopefully. I mean, we're moving into the afternoon, so it's a good chance. Are you disappointed you didn't buy into egg futures? I did. My fridge is extremely well stocked with eggs. I just sprinkle paprika directly on my deviled eggs and then enjoy the egg farts later without any extra steps needed. Nice, Fluffy. You barely mention Bobby anymore. I know, because I don't like it and I don't own any of it. The whole thing with Superstock and how you handled it is really what got me to stay here. Once I found out about it, you're the only stock trader on YouTube that might have integrity. Thanks, man. Is it a bullish signal for CEO to convert his base salary to shares? Ethereum had strong earnings, and the forward outlook looks good too. Any thoughts? Is that Ader? Are you talking about fucking Ader right now? I don't know. Maybe the CEO is going to try to pump and dump his fucking position so he can get out. High IV, low risk. I mean, there's a couple of those, right? They exist. I mean, it's not low risk, but your assumption is that it's low risk because of your analysis, right? Wheat moving up today. Cool. Senor Gurk enacting a perfect strategy. I bought Upstart at 26.50 and Palantir at 9.50 and 2 to 3% of the port respectively. Do you think there is a future for either? Yes. Long run, I think Upstart's fine. I think they're gonna survive the recession, and stability in the credit market is good for them. Palantir, I'm actually kind of, after the last earnings, I'm a little more bullish on it. For a long time, I mean, I've had shares. My cost basis is negative, but it's felt like a big bag as the value kind of climbed and dropped. Although now I've been buying a little bit more and getting my cost basis like closer to zero. Um, the way they're like expanding their products and like their revenue from existing customers over time is pretty impressive. So people are not only using their products a little bit more, but the people who use their products are spending more on their products, and that's a very good sign. So I've been buying a little bit more Palantir, hesitantly, but that's more like 5 years out for any significant improvement. I received 5,000 shares of them as a gift. Ah. I don't know anything about the company. I don't think anyone does. So you're in a good spot. Do you have any opinion on entering short options using stop or stop limit orders? Is that the only is that only viable on a highly liquid options chain? No. I mean, sometimes you need to do that in order to get a fill anywhere near like the mid on illiquid options chains. I do that frequently. I'll pick a price that I'm willing to pay for an option. I'll set buy-in orders, and then so yeah. And for stops for exiting is fine as well. A stop limit, I would say, more so than a stop, like a market stop. Because if the options chain is illiquid, you could get burned pretty badly. I like Palantir and I like the CEO whenever I see him talk. He's a nut job. The problem is he doesn't seem like profits is really his motive as all. I'm down with the mission, but the money needs to work. Well, that's the thing, is their revenues stream is becoming more consistent and growing, but very slowly. The type of growth it is, I'm a big fan of. So if that can persist while he does his, thing to change the world, I'm okay with that. I've never made a jambalaya, so I couldn't tell you. Any interesting options flow on our boys? There was some in the money, like 2,000 in the money calls on Upstart earlier, but I think they were just exercised for some liquidity. SPX still breaking 4,000 today. I fucking hope so. We are definitely seeing a lot more neutral positioning now, though, as we move into the later part of the day. So if we do surge up, expect it to be short-lived. Thoughts on Jimmy breaking above 45 in the next year? It could, yeah. I mean, if they persist in having positive free cash flow and are able to get EPS positive, I think GME could be trading at a slightly higher multiple by the end of this year. So that would be good. I mean, it would also be nice if they did something with the company besides it just continuing to be what it is, but that may not change in the near term. Sam, I bought a 40-20 call earlier and I'm deep red. I just hope to regain some capital from it. Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's probably the most likely scenario, is like just try to get out slightly better. But we'll see. I mean, like my 40-30s, I'm just gonna ride into the ground. Thoughts on GME closing EU stores? It's very good for their bottom line. A lot of those stores don't make very much money. Lots of Felix activity on Upstart today. There's some, yeah. I'm thinking I might get a sign on my 2250 Upstart CSPs on Friday, but with a $16 cost basis, I think it's probably worth it. It does, I mean, that doesn't seem bad right now, right? Because even at a $16 cost basis, you're still up, you know, like what, a dollar 30 a share. So yeah, it's not awful. Do you think SPX is headed down after OPEX? Usually not. Usually the period of SLD settlement, which follows the deposit period, is kind of bullish. Volatile, but skews bullish. And since the rest of the trend in the market is bullish and the risk-free rate is so fucking insanely low, then yeah, it's very possible that or well, the risk-free rate being priced in is so low that it's very possible that we continue to see more momentum to the upside, with really not a lot to rein it in until earnings start coming in, and that's going to be more like beginning to mid-Feb. Like right now, very, very few earnings are reported, mostly just banks, right? You think SPX is headed down after OPEX? Okay, I covered that. When's Tesla's earnings? End of Feb? Ooh, Jan 25. So last week of this month? Curious. Do you think earnings during OPEX week could affect SPX? Yeah. There's some big ones. Would a ratings agency ever downgrade themselves? No. That's on Jimmy becoming an indie developer instead of an NFT conduit. I mean, that would be ideal for the marketplace to use it to fund like projects, right? Using NFTs to fund projects and giving investors, you know, ownership of the completed product in which they can, you know, then utilize those assets as like revenue streams or grow equity in them. Is it correct to buy March contracts when expecting something to go down in Feb? Yeah, I mean, you generally want an expiration that gives you some room for the period of expected price action, right? So if you expect price action within a certain period, you probably want at least, you know, 30 DTE extra on the contract. Look, MOASS, cool. Jimmy Vops, boom boom. It's doing a thing. I like the thing it's doing. Delta neutral approaching. Getting pretty fucking close. Hmm. That's fun. How many accounts have you blown up? Real ones? None. Well, some small ones. But, not very many. Like, just, like, playing 0 DTs and shit. Paper accounts. Thousands. Thousands and thousands of them. I usually have pretty good risk management. Just close my weeklies before the spike. You're welcome. Good job, man. Have you noticed I'm no longer a billionaire? I too had a credit card expire. For some reason, my iTunes no longer works either. No worries, man. That happens. Get an entry on what? Rev? Well below my current cost basis. I mean, if you're bullish on the buyout, then you could try to average down into a range where, you know, you may see some equity, but it's so risky. When you were paper trading, do you have a lot of simultaneous accounts you were running that had different strategies? Yes. Volume is nowhere to be found, but Jimmy's still ripping. Yep. It's having a nice little breakout here. I like it. Now, is this going to continue and start to realize volume, or, you know, or are we going to see this? Is this just like them picking up some liquidity so they can short again? My CC expired too, but then I got free Cornish on, so I'm riding this free sub into expiry. Nice. I once was a billionaire, then I went to jail for a while. Now I'm just a poor without a title. Sorry to hear that, Dan the garbage. I'm 1% on my GME shares. I'm just sell. My calls are barely seeing price improvement, no uptick in implied volatility. Not a very significant one now. It's barely moving up. There's not a lot of volume on this move. So that's a big part of the reason. I opened 2 accounts. I could open opposing net neutral positions and then only show the winners and sell a course on stock trading. I mean, you don't even need to go that far. You could just do what all the other YouTubers do and use the playback feature on TradingView to pretend like you made a lot of money. They'd be like, look at this trade where I made $100,000. And then you just like find something that went up and pretend like you bought the bottom. You guys haven't seen that? It's like so many YouTubers do exactly that. Someone sent me a video from some fucking, it was this dude who was talking about some like RSI strategy. And he was like, yeah, so, you know, like, you know, this is my buy-in right here. And this is my sale. You know, it was like $100,000 leverage. Why don't I watch any financial YouTubers? That sounds terrible. I know, that's why you're here. If Jimmy hits $40, I'll be up 1%. That's what Madoff did. No, what Madoff did was he got money from 2 people, gave one of those people the money from the other person, and then used that person to convince a 3rd person to give him money, which he then gave to a 4th person. Wait, is that what this is? No, absolutely not. This is primarily a cooking / centaur waifu based fan fiction stream. No, the 4th person convinced the 5th person to give him more money. I once saw a video of someone showing live trading on a platform where the platform number started with demo. I just got a job offer to work in a prison, I think. Is that a big step up from serving food? Or I don't know what you do now. If someone, definitely not me, had a GME cost basis of 38, what kind of CCs, price, dates should they sell? Asking for a friend. I mean, you want to try to reduce your cost basis as much as you feasibly can without losing your shares. Then, you know, you probably want to look for moves above gamma max and then target in the money calls with, you know, 14 to 30 DTE. When you say waifu, are you talking about yourself? I don't know. Do you have a body pillow of me? If the answer is yes, then so is mine. Oh, he faked the trades too, so that he had something to hand over to the SEC. Yeah, that makes sense. Tell him not to take the prison job, but he's in Europe. It's not the same. Every time I see someone mention Madoff, I think of Bobby Bonilla and the genius move his agent made to establish Bobby Bonilla Day. He gets paid 1.19 million every July 1st until 2035. That's pretty genius. I'm unable to answer that question at this time. Okay. Well, let me know. Rolled out Bobby CSPs to March for $1 credit. Thanks for all you taught me, Gary. Hashtag winning. Nice, man. I think. Wait, CSPs? $20 Bobby CSPs. Hold up. What? Fucking pours. Tomorrow marks the final day of the window, right? Yes. Yeah, work in the kitchen. I think it's a step up because I'll work in an official government institution, so I'll not work more than 6.4 hours a day, and I will get the official salary. Ooh. But what about when someone throws shit at you? I feel like that's something you have to be prepared for in any prison environment. Is that at some point you're gonna get covered with someone else's feces. I watched a YouTuber do a $5,000 challenge. He lost 3 days in a row and then quit streaming. the good old rage quit. Greg and Shelly, my VXX calls aren't doing so hot. Should I buy more? You never should have bought the ones you bought in the first place. Or stabbed. Maybe stabbed. Hopefully Euro prisons have bidets. Probably not. How likely is it this Fed Williams guy that I've never heard of walks out and says something that sends the SPX to 40-50? Yeah, I guess he could. That's at 3 o'clock, right? Cool, buying more VXX ADCs as soon as this cash settles, baby. Oh, Christ. How do you recommend I get covered in someone else's feces again? Get a job at a prison. Is that what it was? Yeah. My girlfriend tested out our new bidet. It shot halfway across our apartment. She is not the brightest. I think everyone's been tricked by that. You know, they assume that it's going to come out in like a gentle upward stream that cascades back down. You know, like like a little like a water fountain, right? But really it comes out full blast into the opposing wall. Egg futures doing a thing again. That's not egg futures, that's new egg. I'm up a lot on some really dumb crowd weeklies. Nice. I'm up a decent amount on my crowd calls. The kitchen is very much separated from the prisoners. Oh, okay, so you'd be working in the kitchen. I see. It's in Italy, so there might be a bidet. Oh, nice. I saw a YouTuber that blew up his port a few times, suggested showing a platform where you pay like $200 a month and you're going to trade a 50K account with someone else's money. That's called a prop firm, and a lot of them are scams. So what was the point of GME going down sub 17 and now back to 22? I don't get it. What do you mean you don't get it? They close their shorts, they move long, and then they capture the upside and then short again. I'll be eating for the last 2 hours of the trading day today. I DM'd you access to my Fidelity account because I have a lot of weeklies. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Okay, so just diamond hand them? You got it. You said tricked when I think you meant to say pleasantly surprised. Q trade options in prison? I don't know. I guess probably not, maybe? Depends on how good your internet access is. Bidets are so versatile. Mine doubles as a water pick. Worse is cleaning the toilet and accidentally hitting the bidet spray button and get full blast. I mean, the nozzle of your bidet should be clean, as should the water coming out of it. Okay, you still use a toilet. Do you also hate the standard measuring system and American flags? I mean, we could probably use a flag redesign. But yeah, the imperial measurement system is the worst. Imagine someone shanks you right before you cash out 600% on SPX0DT. That'd be terrible. A regular bidet broke this morning. Can a shower be used in its place? It's kind of gross though, right? If I ever go to prison for selling covered calls, I'm just gonna teach all the other inmates how to trade. You know, like, you know, because this is like, I've had a dream about this. You know how like people go to prison and, you know, like they learn new crimes, right? And that makes them better at being a criminal. I'm gonna teach them how to trade. So yeah, this is how I avoid getting like raped or shanked. I'm just gonna teach, like, I'm gonna start drawing charts. We'll track the market every day. It'll be fun. You'll teach inmates, but not me. I thought you were eating for the rest of the day. What are you doing here? Prison picks. I hope they become inside traders someday. You're like the guy from that movie that did that thing. They'll get so frustrated, they'll stab you even quicker. Nah. Will Ferrell did that in Get Hard. I've never seen that. But yeah, I could see that being a movie. Can you give a good toilet wine recommendation to go with the evening slop? Any Rieslings, really. Did they get liquidity back with in the money calls on Upstart earlier? I think they got a little bit, yeah, but it would appear that they've maybe used up some of that. I taught some inmates how to buy and sell currencies, and one made enough to buy his dad's construction business. Oh wait, no, that was a high school student, pretty close to the same. My trade on knowledge is not publicly available, but I do it outdoors on my phone. Is that outside trading? I mean, depends on how good your lawyer is. Yikes, I hope you close those 4,000s. Oh, no, not at all. I'm gonna close my 4,000s after a stop loss hunt at a test of 4,000s? No. No, no, no. I bought the fucking 4,000s at 39.90. They're up still. I don't need to close them. I do have a stop on them, though. Hey, Greg, I'd like to start by saying we're not providing forward guidance at this time. Fuck. I can be your prison trader, Quant. Let's turn that peanut butter roll into a honey bun. I'll teach all the prisoners how to set up their own derivatives on the like what's it called? The little shop they have, the commissary or whatever. What's it called? Commissary, something like that. So we could create a derivatives market around trading cigarettes to each other, cigarettes and ramen, and then I'll start making the market. It's gonna be awesome. Where's the super stackers? Did you guys fill out your daily report to the SEC about me yet? Ramen futures? Exactly. Market making is how you get shanked. No, market making is how you pay enough cigarettes to the guy that takes the shank for you. Thanks, Trash. Someone who in life has all the theta in the world will never be able to leverage their newfound skills. What a dilemma. Imagine explaining to the leader of the Bloods that his port is down 80%. Sometimes shit happens, man. I was joking. Delivery in T+5, but deferred. No, the delivery wouldn't be deferred from the secondary market to the primary market. It would still be T2, T3, or T5. Technically T2, T2 plus 2, T3, T3 plus 2. If you really want to get into it. I just got back from lunch, but why are we all going to jail now? Oh, we're not. We're just discussing creating commodities markets within, well, futures and derivatives market on jailhouse products and how to become the market maker in your own prison. This is a great conversation, by the way. This may save someone's life one day. Microsoft to axe thousands of jobs, and latest cull by tech giant Sky News. Microsoft said to be contemplating cutting roughly 5% of its workforce. Bullish. Or it's not a possibility, or too far of a stretch. It's possible. I'm looking for investors in my Sunday fitness group. It's called Jehovah Fitness. Oh, that's awkward. Maybe I'll super stoked to watch Hazy quit their job again. Didn't he already? Would you facilitate PFOF? Of course. You'd be like, yeah, well, the guys in cell block E just bought, 2,000 packs of cigarettes. And then you just like go tell someone else about it, and then you can set up all the trades, profit off the arbitrage. I literally spent 6 years of my life in prison. Yeah, you would do well. Awesome. Did NVIDIA have shorts? Well, not awesome that you spent 6 years of your life in prison, but awesome that I would do well. Did NVIDIA have shorts or have shorts? Did they step away to do earnings coming up in Feb? Thanks. Have shorts or have shorts? It still has, there's still short positions on NVIDIA, but it's running with the market right now. You should see if you can get Zach Morris to sub so you can learn these life-saving prison skills. I don't know if he's smart enough. Anybody who live records their collusion to manipulate a security is really not the brightest light, right? When just a bit of advice from the streets. If you guys are establishing a criminal enterprise, you don't need someone to write down the minutes. Okay? That is not a necessary position. Were these cell block trades clear at a lit exchange or in an ATS in order to not affect the spot price? Well, we would use the guards as like a dark pool, right? I desperately need your thoughts on Boss Blunt's exchange he's making for retail investors called Lit Exchange. Yes, I'm serious. He's actually doing this. No one's going to use it. He's a moron. Let's be honest, the type of prison you would most likely end up in would have the kind of inmates that would be teaching you about the market. Maybe. Thanks, Kirk. I just got laid off from my clerk job with the local Hells Angels chapter. Sorry, man. When running a criminal enterprise, keep your accountants happy at all costs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're big tattletales, accountants. Rats. Snitches. If you have a criminal enterprise on the streets, keep your number of shareholders low and go private as soon as possible. Yeah, less reporting requirements as a private entity. What if I outline in detail in Dillionaire how me and a group of friends are planning market manipulation? Everyone wants to join in. Not that anyone's ever done that before. I'd probably ban them. Probably ban them all. Mr. Gork, when is that big window of FTDs for Upstart and GME? Is that tomorrow? Today. No, it wasn't GME. It was just Upstart, but that was today. I have not seen Midnight Express. German police. Wait, what? Detain Greta Thunberg for protesting the coal mine in Lützerath. Okay. Who's that? Is that the child? It is, right? It's the child that put the guy who looks like a penis in jail. Okay. I'm catching up. Yeah, I'm getting myself in the loop. You're doing a good job of ignoring the AMC volume comments. I always do. I just glance over things that say AMC because I don't care. Hey Greg, I just passed my CDL test. Can you make stocks rip so I never have to drive a commercial vehicle? Thanks. You don't even want to do it once? That's old news. Planned for publicity. It happened a week ago. Okay. Can you scoot the GME chart down so that it has room to go up? Yeah, that seems like a reasonable market mechanic. She is 20. Oh, okay. On a serious note, you still be doing the member stream from prison. I mean, of course. Fubo squeeze starting. Fubo's at $2.25, roughly. Then you missed my jokes about how buying AMC is the quickest way to get covered in feces. Oh, sorry about that. Oh shit. Yeah, no. The people have spoken, and they will receive what they were promised.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
The child better not protest in front of BTU. Yeah, as long as she stays out of Australia and away from my investments, I don't care. Gurk, would you smash Greta under the guise? I don't know what she looks like, but I can say that I'm far too old to be interested in 19 and 20-year-olds. Yeah. Especially activists. I already went through that phase of my life. I'm not dating any more activists. I don't care about people that care about things. It's such a waste of time. I'll DM you a pic. She looks a lot like you. Oh, I'm definitely not very attracted to myself. Well, that's not entirely true. too much caring. Exactly, yeah. What about activist investors? Oh, they only care about themselves. Did you lay pipe at Occupy Wall Street? No, I was just on a different balcony, actually. We had mimosas. This is like shittier champagne. What? Oh, that's crazy trash. I DM'd you. What did you DM me? I don't like that shirt. Is there a better shirt? What sort of stuff were you an activist for? Nothing. Yeah, I'm up 35% on my GME call this morning. Congratulations. I'm buying HKD when it hits 930 and no one can stop me. No one's gonna try. Is Fubo gonna break? It just did. It just broke 225. I had to step away for a bit. How's SPX looking? It's coming back to life a little bit. Kirk walked around the vegan protest with a triple bacon cheeseburger. No. I don't eat cheeseburgers in the street. I'm not homeless. Kirk's big into CETC. Centaurs for the equal treatment of centaurs. You know the hardest part about being a centaur? Not that I would know, but I've heard from other people. Is people shoving apples in your face and trying to brush you. I did a quick napkin analysis on HKD and found out there is precisely a 1 day window to enter before a run, and precisely that same day is your window to exit the run. Risk 10? How about Fubo around 150? Let's go. Nice, man. RC definitely only cares about himself. Just look at the bag holders he left behind on GME, Bobby, and soon to be Baba. I mean, he doesn't even own like any kind of controlling interest in Baba, right? In 2022, that's appalling. You're not a horse. I'm not even a centaur. Gert cares about single moms and OnlyFans models learning to manage their investments. I mean, I'm sure some of them can just manage their investments all on their own. But some might not be able to. Also, I think there's a disparity in the amount of financial education afforded to women. If you guys have ever been in a collegiate finance class that was 99% male, you'd understand. Or on a trading floor. Hey, that's like engineering. Yeah, a little bit. Have we seen a filing? No, but there wouldn't be one, right? Because he doesn't have a big enough stake. I'm behind watching on 2X. We haven't seen a retraction either, have we? I'm behind watching 2X with Jamie, AMC, Ape, all getting some volume right at 130. Yep. Did Cohen really try to sell Baba? Tell Baba to do a share buybacks? Is there a source on this? I don't know. Funny if true. Irrelevant if not. I'm on a trading floor right now. Shitting in your closet is not being on a trading floor, Carl. That's most STEM classes. To be honest, my engineering courses were 80 to 90% dudes. Yeah. My first college finance class was a giant lecture hall with probably 3 women total. Yeah, but from a society level, you know, where finance is so important, that discrepancy in education can lead to women being more reliant on men than they should be. Right? Is that feminism? I don't think I'm a feminist. I just like equality. If women wanted to do those courses or jobs, they would, but there's not a lot of encouragement for them to. That's bullshit, man. You're bullshit. You guys are just saying this because your wives are supporting your zero DTE habits. Don't bullshit me. I've seen your ports. My port is so small. Good luck finding it. That's what she said. Upstart DP percent, same levels as during pre-March OPEX, at least intraday. Cool. Upstart didn't really run a lot in March. It ran more in May. She's my neighbor's wife. Thank you. My wife is 100% supporting my gambling addiction, but in 5 years, when I'm finally out of debt, then I'll support my own gambling habit. Women perceive accounting, finance, and math as hard. I don't think that's necessarily true across the board. I think lots of men perceive math as hard. I have an entire Discord full of those people. Anybody who bought BBBY calls at 300% IV clearly perceives math as difficult or like cannot understand numbers. Best place to learn options trading at an advanced level. Practice. Go work for a market maker. Couple options. Are you crying in your car again, Rusty? Why? Everything's up. Imagine being the judge at that divorce hearing. You gambled on weeklies? On Bobby? Jail? I don't think you could send someone to jail from... Well, maybe you could hold them in contempt of court. Has a judge ever held someone in contempt of court for just upsetting them? I feel like you can't wrap your head around options until you throw real money at them and lose it. I don't think that's true. No, like... So this is something that's very prevalent, at least in the US. Many relationships, the men manage the money, right? This is both a way of, for some people, exerting control on the relationship. By making the other party financially dependent on them. And also because it is the expectation of our society. So yeah, I think it's good for women to learn to manage their own money. I was raised by a single mom who would have probably done better had she known how to manage her own money and set up investments. So I've seen the other side of the coin, and it's not great. Except for Popcorn Trader. His wife has all the money and manages it. He's only allowed to gamble his allowance. My idea of managing money is just spending less on Ko-Fi donations. What are you talking about? Women spend... That's discretionary spending, though. That's not the same as, like, investment management. Why set up your investments so you can motivate your son to become a trader and buy you a car? I don't think I was pushed into this at all. I think my mom would have much preferred I did literally anything else. Try just being an actual woman in a financial stream. It's challenging. I can see that. Stop acting like incels, alright, guys, with the complaints. Drake, you realize more women are in college than men at this point, and in 2022 can make their own decisions on finances and professional interests. It's still discouraged, though. It's still not, like, the majority. I do realize that that's possible. That's why we're talking about it. By who? By lots of people. Have you ever been, like, west of the Mississippi? You know Utah's still a state. Hold on. I don't know if there's actually any girls on the internet. Let's not go that far. My wife's boyfriend handles all her finances, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Okay, you've convinced me. I'm going to actively discourage my daughter from becoming a trader so she can one day buy me a car. A negative reinforcement? A reverse psychology? I do just fine on OnlyFans. Thank you very much. It's not so much of a choice as there are many barriers to enter fields that are traditionally male spaces. Yes. Oh god, we're dead. No, we're not. Although, delta neutral, hard resistance. Who timed me out? I don't know. How can a man succeed in a woman-dominated field like OnlyFans? Aren't there dudes on OnlyFans? Egalitarian societies say otherwise. Numerous examples out there in which women are encouraged in areas of STEM, finance, or blue-collar careers simply chose otherwise. Lay off the Kool-Aid. It's not Kool-Aid. It's just fact based in data. Just because opportunities are present doesn't mean people are encouraged to take advantage of those opportunities. Thoughts on Nvidia March 160p's if it hits 180? Not awful. Also, it would have been better for my finances if my wife managed my money historically. Man, this has got everyone all riled up. This is funny. There are confidently no centaurs on OnlyFans. Corner of the market. Who says I haven't already? In the Scandies, women have become the majority in medicine. They're better doctors, in my opinion. Okay. That's... Or equivalent doctors? Okay. I'll become poor enough for my daughter to want to make more money. Prefer her not to be a trader, but then watch her become a trader, so one day she can buy me a car. Why don't you just buy a car? That seems way easier than all these steps. But you do it by making it more accessible and understandable. What are female centaurs called? The centaurides? The centaurides? Or centauruses? What? You guys didn't move much on the SPX drop. What mean? I could recover quicker. It looks okay. VIX didn't move up much either. Probably consolidation in like the, well, for SPX in the like 39.90 range. A lot of 4,000 zero DTs still, so them selling off at 4,000 is going to be kind of annoying. PPI is before, or should be before market open. Check DMs. Nice. What is a car recommendation? Fuel efficient, cheap, low maintenance. I don't care much for luxury premiums. I don't know. How fuel efficient? How much you want to spend? I'm not a fucking... I don't know. A bike? You sound like another talking point out of one particular paradigm. That's the Kool-Aid I'm talking about. It always comes from people with experience in the academic world. Snobs. Yeah, but all your talking points come from people with experience in no worlds. Idiots. So, I don't get it. Since we're on the topic, check DMs. Would a centaur big spoon like this? Or like... Why is there only one centaur in the bed? First of all, image number 2, obviously. You don't put your feet on the floor like a savage, but I feel like there should be 2 centaurs in the picture. First one's for spooning, second for action. Well, I get upset that people with experience in college are the ones who are speaking with some authority on the state of colleges. I don't know. Yeah, it would sound that way. I got put in timeout. I feel as though I must have been misunderstood. I don't know. And Fluffy's just timing people out. Hey Gurk, I'm still behind watching on 2x. I wrote my last message before I heard you were ignoring all the AMC and Ape volume comments. Thanks for not ignoring mine, but also sorry you had to read it. It's alright, I'll survive. Snobbish educated opinions based on research and more global take on a variety of perspectives. God forbid. I never went to US college, but it seems like a ripoff, mostly. I don't get why people wear outside shoes inside of their homes. Is there any explanation on this? They don't take them off? How do you feel about the dark pool volume on Bobby? I don't know, I wasn't looking at it. Is it high? I mean, the last time that happened, it wasn't a good thing, right? It got flipped off Reg Show, and then everyone lost all their money. US college is definitely mostly a ripoff. It's all about what you do with it and how much you take advantage of your time at university. I mean, a degree just says you have a basic level of knowledge in a field, right? I think too many people assume that you can get a degree and then somehow that qualifies you to make more money. Like you still have to do something with it. You can go to Harvard and then, if you don't have any ambition, you're going to end up working at a Starbucks. I know that's the point. Women were the majority of comp sci majors. Then it went from money being in software in the 80s, and all of a sudden, it was a male-dominated field. I mean, it still is largely male-dominated. There's a lot of push to, and scholarship opportunities in STEM fields. That doesn't mean they're taken advantage of, right? There's plenty of data on this. I don't need to. You can fucking look it up. What about the other way around? No college, work like an animal, and make bank. Yeah, you could do that. Degree will just give you a head start so you can get a better job and don't have to work hard to get there, but it will not make you successful. No, it won't. There are plenty of data on how women prefer social jobs and men prefer things. There's plenty of men in social jobs. I don't even understand why this is a divisive topic. I have to shave my beard today. I'm looking like Carl. Beards are how you get gains. Carl grew one because he thought he could get his tea back. Literally everything is divisive nowadays. It's ridiculous. You can't have conversations about anything without everyone getting their fucking tits all twisted up. I wish everyone would pronounce jobs correctly with a soft J, like yob. What? Woman here working in finance accounting with 20 years experience under my belt and an MBA, but I only speak from experience. Walken isn't wrong. Walken's almost always wrong, so I'm gonna go with he's wrong. It's not divisive, it's the way humans are. Female lean toward one thing, men lean toward another, and somehow there's an invisible patriarchal barrier stopping women in 2022. No, not 2022, like since the 1600s. Or, well, fuck, let's go all the way back. Meme lords and incels out in full force today. Jesus. I mean, like how hard is it to be, like, introspective? I'm a white dude. It's fucking awesome. Both being a dude and being white. Fantastic. If you ever get a chance to try it someday, it's literally the fucking best. But at least I understand that. Like, don't pretend like there's something there, like, preventing you from having an awesome time. If you really want to, CTD. It's like, women are getting too much power. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not Mexican. That's a failure in society. This is racist against men. Speaking of divisive topics, as a white male, my very own superpower is the ability to be pulled over by the cops and not concerned about getting shot. Yeah. Or just not getting pulled over in the first place. Jimmy's not ripping yet. We have to wait longer. It did do a thing. Bottom line, if you want an equal number of women in finance, you'd have to drag little girls into it kicking and screaming. Okay, first of all, you should never drag little girls kicking and screaming into anything. Nor should you use that phrase. Wait, you guys don't get pulled over? Generally not. Can you please just look at AMC? No. As a white male in a hillbilly town, I was pulled over last week by a cop. He wanted to ask if my vehicle was safe to drive on icy roads and offered me some coffee. What the fuck are you driving around in? A tractor? That's the weirdest story I've heard all day. What about subway cops? I've never seen a cop on the subway. Hey Greg, I was hoping you could clear something up for me. If a huge amount of calls expire on a certain date, is that bullish for a stock's price? Not necessarily. Are they in the money? The last time I got pulled over was trying to sell my rev shares when it unhalted. Cops saw me staring at my phone. Don't trade while driving, guys. It's very dangerous. They were pulling people over because we were having bad storms and offering people coffee. Is the sheriff trying to get, like, reelected or something? Don't they want to spend that money on new tactical gear? Like boots? It's divisive because the insecurities of men won't allow themselves to realize that they're scared of women having equal opportunity. Every time the SPX is shorted, liquidity is being attained from an ETF. True or false? False. Although ETFs can influence it indirectly, but last time I was pulled over was drive your tractor to school day. I was in a car, but it was funny to see the tractors constantly passing. The last time I got pulled over was I rammed my minivan into the side of a Chevy Suburban on purpose. The town I grew up in has 5,000 people and they have full SWAT equipment. You know, just in case someone robs the library or town hall. I have to assure you that people in this chat giving you opposing view or opinion is indeed just simply civil discourse. The folks in here, along with the attitude of some, calling those folks with opposing comment meme lords and incels, are not enlightened or engaged. Your comment wasn't very enlightened. It may have been engaged, but it wasn't enlightened. They rarely are, though. In reality, the problem is education system because it does not teach about investing or how to spend money and save, especially here in Europe. They don't teach you that here either. They don't teach you how to do your taxes, and they used to, but they don't anymore. They don't teach you how to do your taxes. They don't teach you how to manage investments. They don't teach you how to build savings. Nothing. I mean, they don't even really teach you about investments. I mean, the stock market is covered mostly in history class through most, like, throughout your youth. Any references to the stock market are in history class. In high school, if your high school offers economics, you might get a little bit of it there. Are you keeping your eye on any specific upstart strike to watch for IV crush? IV's not that elevated right now, so I'm not really particularly concerned with it crushing. They don't even teach you how to balance a checkbook. As given that our entire society because it's a capitalist country, right? Revolves around, you know, our markets. All development, innovation, everything, you know, for the most part comes from private capital. And most Americans don't understand fuck all about it. There's a intergenerational fear of corruption and crime in the market that stretches back to the 1920s that keeps most people from ever investing money at all. How many of you guys have learned to sell covered calls to generate income? Income you never would have had if you hadn't shown up here. If you hadn't gotten wrapped up in all this shit, you never would have known about it, right? You would have gone your entire life unaware. After expiration with short pressure release, maybe to a little bit, like a small degree, yeah, Chris HJ. You didn't have to donate twice. You could have just asked me. I would have answered it. Tag me. But yeah, you might see a little bit of deleveraging from the market maker. It might not have a significant effect as they re-leverage, you know, new positioning. And don't forget that after an expiration like that, new positioning can come in, especially out of the money. Think about it this way. How many hundreds of thousands of boomers sat on piles of stock that they never did anything with? They never made money on the volatility. They never made money on their share ownership at all. They just waited for their houses to go up, right? Like, with education, the wealth transfer from Wall Street to that generation would have been enormous. But instead, all that money was just accrued by hedge funds and market makers for 40, 50 years. The retail investors, no knowledge of it whatsoever. If you want to know where all the wealth went in this country and how it kept consolidating upwards, that's why they have people that manage their money. Yeah, millions and millions of dollars sitting in like savings accounts that don't even fucking beat the increase in inflation. I don't know if you can sell covered calls to the company you work for. You'll have to ask someone. Probably like I don't know. Do you have like an investor relations department? They should be aware of employee compliance as far as that goes. As an East European, I would never have learned about this ever for generations. I've spoken with bankers around here and what I've learned here, and they have zero clue, nada. I try to explain what I'm learning to my parents who are in their 80s, and they couldn't believe I even went out and learned that. They have an advisor, and he knows magic as far as they know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, most people don't want to think about it, to be fair. But that's a huge difference. I mean, even if you don't have a lot of money, and like you own 100 shares of Fubo, and you can generate, you know, $20 compounding off of that every week for the next, you know, fucking 15 years. Into your retirement at the end of your life, that's a significant amount of capital you can accrue, right? Especially if you're reinvesting. Like, and not just Fubo. I mean, any other stock, obviously. I'm using that as an example because it's cheap. But that's how you build wealth, because you get enough streams of revenue like that coming in, right? And then, now you're wealthy. And it happens quick. It's surprisingly fast, especially if well managed. Oh, 45,000 shares of Jimmy in a paper trading account at 16. Is fake money same as real money? No. Went for a run, came back to say we broke Delta Neutral, but I'm confused because you still have your shirt on. I wasn't going to take my shirt off at Delta Neutral. I did play the song. Hey, look, SPX recovered. So back to the original point. Yes, there are parts, there are, think of how that information was restricted from you, and then remember that there are other facets of society which have even less access to that information. I grew up in not a nice place, and the amount of financial education in that neighborhood compared to like a wealthier neighborhood, just general financial education, was drastically different. That's true for, women and men across different races, different, immigrant classes. They're not all information is equally accessible everywhere. Nor is the knowledge to then obtain that information or to know what to look for. That's what, yeah, that is why poor stay poor. Not everyone has internet. Believe it or not, it's true. Getting ready to take a margin loan on my account. Should I go ahead and sell CCs for SPY for June to get cash flow, dodge the margin requirements, or wait a week or two? I guess it would depend on how far out of the money you're targeting, but I would probably at least wait through like PPI and maybe into like the Fed rate decision, or as more earnings are reported. Chicks and dudes be sus and bussin' about different things. It's really that simple. It's was a hill to die on for a long time, but if you seriously think in 2023 men are still keeping women down in lucrative fields, just ask your base, Sue. Also, win moon. I don't know when we're gonna moon. We're moving up. It looks good, but that's not. I'm not saying men are keeping women down. I'm saying that society as a whole makes that information less accessible to some classes of people and more accessible to others. That's not that crazy of a concept. You can hand anybody Google and they can figure anything out, right? But if they don't know the route to go down, they're not going to come to any relevant conclusions, right? Who here doesn't have internet? Speak up and let yourself be known. The calculator is only as smart as the user. Yes. Welcome back, Sean Booze. It's been a while. I only had to hold a woman down if she requests it and clearly wants it. Good for you. Yeah, I know, Hero Killer. Once you build out only librarians, will you put one of those 1269 1 surround sound THX theater rooms in the house? No. I watch TV shows on my phone like an adult. There's too many people in here. Please keep making more inflammatory statements. Only limited by knowing what questions to ask and how to ask them. Chat GPT is like this. Oh, Jesus. Stefan. My wife has poor kids that she teaches. During the pandemic, she had a student that had to do their schoolwork, sharing a cell phone between their 5 siblings. Yeah. Well, trash isn't a quant. Yeah. My wife kept telling me to sell AMC at 69. I didn't listen to her until 30. I do not have internet. Also, get wrecked, walk in. Thanks, Squibora. I hate using my phone. Why? SPX doesn't like whatever is on the other side of 4,000. No, 0DTE 4000 C holders want their money back. Would you say Neuralink will help close the gap substantially between the elite literate and the illiterate? No. I wouldn't trust Elon Musk to put a fucking chip in my brain. Ever. That's how you end up working in a South African diamond or emerald mine for the rest of your life. I would trust Elon Musk to put a chip on the table next to me. Can they just let GME run already? Jesus, too much foreplay here. Get on with it and stop fondling Delta Neutral. It's an important resistance level. Would you trust anyone to put a chip in your brain? Probably not. At least you'd be happy about it. Not necessarily. Maybe it'd just be like a constant feeling of... what is it? It's a German word for like melancholy. I can't remember it. Where's the Germans in chat? In the UK, we call them crisps. Scheichkopf? No, not Schadenfreude. Yeah, I think the one that Timothy said. Ennui? Ooh, that's a great word. What if you had direct options data flow into your brain and be an SPX Chad? See, giving CBOE access to your brain doesn't sound like a great idea. Despite all your rage, you're still just a centaur in a cage. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here, think of it this way, Pickled Hole. It's not advantageous for governments to kill taxpayers. Who's gonna fund their trading accounts? Work pulled me aside for a while. Did you touch on GME IV going up with the price? It's moved up a little bit, not a lot. but it's a good sign. What would be your German safe word if you were somehow lured into an S&M room by the scent of boiled carrots? That sounds terrible. I guess what's up, Doc? I don't know. If the government was 86ing people who didn't pay taxes, we'd have a much better society. Theoretically. I'm just chilling with my brain chip turned on, and ads come in, or at least more efficient, come in because I don't upgrade to premium, and I hear Whopper, 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 Bacon Double Triple Whopper. Gurk, is it gay if I penetrate, whoa, that is, inside another man's waist door? Well, back to the stock market. You know, at this point, I'll gladly take a Kendra comment. Since we're doing German words, I believe you're genuine Freudenfreud when you see the pickle jar learning and making small gains is the difference in the brine versus other streams and discords. Praise be to Lady VBOP. Thank you so much, JK. Or may her blessings rain down upon us. Elon steps up on stage. How's everyone loving the brain chip? Crowd goes wild. Going live right now. Level 4 autopilot. Silence. Now go build some Teslas. Crowd silently walks to the factory. I feel like if Elon Musk could chip the entire world, he would just make them love him. That's all he's ever wanted. He even grew his hair back so more people would like him. A thing you never have to do as a billionaire is grow your hair back. Look at Bezos. Is there a worse feeling than selling your calls, then they double in price the next hour? That's a rough one. My opinion wasn't based on women that are already in finance, odorous colon. Did you see Carvana invoke the poison pill today? Does anyone have a hostile takeover going on amidst the bankruptcy rumors? Thoughts? I did not. What's the news? Fill me in. Who would win a slot boxing match? Bezos or Musk? That sport is brutal as hell. Also, Bezos. Are we talking married Bezos or post marriage Giga Chad Bezos? Post marriage. How many therapists do you think he's gone through until he got one that emboldened his god complex? I mean, I doubt he goes to a therapist. Neuralink is gonna make me an even better trader. It's just gonna make you a Tesla bag holder. Anyone with more than $1 billion is an idiot. That's why Elon will never be happy. If you make $1 billion, you're supposed to stop. Why? Bezos' therapist is probably Chat GPT. I may be a tad underwater on some SPX 0 DTs. Can we get some power hour analysis? Might go up. Might just have more people selling off at 4,000 and more neutral positioning for PPI. Chat GPT is a psyop? It's working. I'm already positioned for OPEX. I have some nearer dated calls to capture like the realization of secondary market liquidity, but most of my position is for like Feb 17 or March. Some of it for Jan 2024. I mean, first of all, if Bezos polishes his head enough, the slaps would just slide right off, right? And they'd get caught in Elon's hair plugs. So, you know, just from a friction standpoint, Bezos would win 100% of the time. When in Gen OPEX, and what are the expectations there? The same as every OPEX, Pinky. What do you think the odds are that Upstart runs hard into close today? Not great. The 12th was the due date. The 12th through the 18th. Depends on which ETF, which day the settlement was deferred from. But yes, you still have T2 and T5. Like standard settlement still in play, even though the initial settlement is deferred. It's not like an FTD where when the last date hits, it has to be covered. What are your thoughts on Toy OF entry at 1150, long-term entry, hoping to hit my target entry in March or April? Let's see how it's doing. So you're looking to enter in the 1150 range? I might be asking a bit much. I could see like 13. Yeah, I could see 13, but maybe like 1375. Below that might be kind of tough. Maybe into the end of the year as like inventories start to explode and profits wind down. Carvana adopts tax asset prevention plan designed to protect long-term shareholder value by preserving the availability of its net operating losses. Interesting. Oh, that is kind of curious. I don't know. I'd have to look more into it. GME $25 end of day. I mean, GME's having a great day so far, right? We're up like 6.5%. Jan 24, 127.50 Cs reach a value higher than 3.5. Currently at 0.72. That'll depend on how much implied volatility goes up. I mean, implied volatility would have to go up a fairly decent amount for it to reach 3.5. Not impossible, but you know, intraday volatility can get high enough for that. Are you holding your BTU through the SLD drop? Will it be affected a lot? Probably won't be super affected by the SLD drop, and yes, I will. I'll probably just use the drop, any drop, to sell more CSPs. Are you starting getting more upwards price action on Upstart before Friday? Or we could continue. I mean, there's no resolution of liquidity yet, right? So we can continue to see Upstart grind up. I'm sure it'll be affected by any market sell-offs, as they'll, you know, use whatever free liquidity they have to short into the active fund selling. So we may stagnate a little, but I think that the trend is going to continue up longer term. When do little people stop growing? I don't know, like 18? In their 20s? Upstart, uptrend still intact on the 1 and 4 hour charts. I know. When you get old, do you want to die in an Italian chateau courtyard like the Godfather, or a horse stable like a centaur? I don't know. It's a good question. Why not an Italian chateau horse stable? It's the best of all the worlds. We're just gonna get another fucking sell-off at 4,000, because I'm gonna close these 0 DTEs if we are. I'm gonna just move my stop up. An Italian horse chateau might be better. Is that a thing? Are there a lot of horses in Italy? If Jimmy hits $25 today, Gaff will buy and DRS the rest of the float after CNS closes. What are expectations with PPI tomorrow? Continued cooling. And I'd say, since we're consolidating so tightly around the 4,000 mark, that participants are fairly bullish on the outcome. Otherwise, I think we would have consolidated more in like the 39.85 range. Honest question, is Tesla fairly valued now? I don't think so. I think it's still very overpriced. I successfully sat at my desk for 6 hours without doing any work. Is this MOASS? Maybe like on a personal level. Horse people are weird. There's definitely luxury horse resorts with spas and music events for horses. Imagine being like a famous artist and like having to go play for a field of horses. I don't know if Italy has a lot of horses. I've never seen a large number of horses in Italy. I mean, I know they have them, but I didn't think they had very many. They're called Ferraris. Do you have any Biden top secret documents stored in your apartment? Not that I'm aware of. I'm so stoked. I'd be getting paid way too much. One, I'd be getting paid way too much. Two, at least the horses won't shout "free bird." True. Yeah. Retail investors have net sold their stock they bought during the COVID-19 trading boom, according to Goldman Sachs. So SPX to 3,300 very soon. Oh yeah, we were the only thing keeping this thing afloat. Oh well. Upstart volume sufficient to cover FTDs? We're at 5 mil. There are currently 350,000 horses in Italy. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of fucking horses. How many horses are there in the US? The UK has 850,000 horses. That's a lot more. I'm looking at a horse right now. I'm not a fucking centaur. Fubo gonna break 230 today? Again? Italy's ranked 9th in polo, so there's that. I want to play polo. I feel like that's a sport where I'd excel. Rev gonna break 70 cents? It's been moving up like all day today. It's doing pretty good. There are 10 chickens for every human on Earth. Yeah, but they don't take up a lot of space. Chica Horse Country Resort, Congress and Spa in Sardinia. I got a bag of frozen mixed veggies because they didn't just have just peas. Do you want me to save the carrots for you again? If you could, yeah. What is 5 mil mean for Upstart? There's 5 million ETF FTDs today. So the question was the volume sufficient? Probably. SPX has been extremely annoying today. Yeah, well, it's almost like people are just neutral positioning into PPI tomorrow. Is it possible that ETF buying is offsetting SLD selling? It's possible we haven't seen very much SLD selling yet. We probably won't until after the PPI print. If participants expect the market to rise on the PPI news, they would wait to sell, right? Cena's time. Oh, here we go. Well, that was fun. Jan 24 75p is getting sold. Cool. Why you avoid my centaur question? I didn't see it. I still don't see it. Where is it? I don't mean that retail is holding the market up. I mean, GS is obviously sharing opinions that will benefit them. GS gave Carvana a $400 PT and then the stock fell to $8. So reverse psychology. Maybe. You're locked in a horse stall with Stefan Walken Moonwind for 24 hours. Who comes out alive? Well, first I convinced Stefan to get my back. And we take out Walken. And then have him and Moonwind fight to the death. I'll take out the winner. And that's just me. I'll tell Stefan that I'll tell him the perfect cover call strategy. So he'll never be assigned. That should do it. See? It would work. Or I'll just tell him how I knew Tesla was going to run last week. Search the number of pigs in Iowa. Alright, I'm gonna let that one go. If you don't see me around the stream anymore, there's a possibility that I got stabbed by the inmates. Okay. Was there a perfect cover call strategy? Sure. Yeah, don't get assigned ever. Well, that's not necessarily true. Sometimes you want to get assigned. Are you self-taught? No. Some of it is self-taught. The best CC strat I've heard is always be writing. Yeah? Spending a lot of time on Theta Gang. When selling CSPs that you don't want to sign, do you apply the same 50% profits with 50% time remaining strategy? It depends on the volatility of the underlying, or what I consider its ability to drop in price. Sometimes not so much on CSPs. I don't own a lot of stocks that I don't like, so it's pretty rare that I want assignment, but if I'm selling CSPs on something, it usually means I'm okay with buying it. So I'm a little more flexible with profits versus theta remaining. No, it'd be calls on bacon. You'd want calls on if half the bacon stock is destroyed, you want to go fucking long pork belly futures. Lean hogs. Fatty Hogs? I don't know. One of them. Cena's song, please? Alright, fine. But only so Gaff doesn't get mad at you.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here.
What's your most unfavo stock? Upstart? I like Upstart quite a lot.
Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair.
This is a boring power hour. Yeah, it is. I warned people the end of the day might be kind of boring. Car payment delinquencies. Why are you just saying that? Hey man, I just had a quick question. I was hoping that you could be the one to clear this up. This one gap in my knowledge that I can't seem to fill using Google. Just puts cost in like shares. Why did you have me read all that? If Upstart doesn't run by the end of the day, are you gonna reposition or hold to OPEX? I'll probably reposition tomorrow. Yes. Testify what to Congress? Can I keep you on your toes? I am feeling a bit tired right now. So I recently discovered that tomorrow is Wednesday, not Tuesday. So SLD starts tomorrow, not the next day. Yep. You thinking we end up with one of those days SPX range is like $200, but it ends flat? Maybe. Producer price index. How did Boyle go from 80 to 11? Natural gas futures keep diving. Putin could have had it all had he not been thwarted by global warming and a warm European winter. Imagine losing to the weather. Oh, wait. That always happens with Russia, right? It's just usually the shoes on the other foot. Centaurs bump uglies with humans. Centaurs and horses. Seems like a nice salad. Interesting. If SLD tomorrow, does that mean Jimmy no more uppies? It might mean Jimmy down for a day or two. I know, that's why I said the shoe's usually on the other foot. This time Russia losing to the weather. I lost my free Opera real-time data in my WeBull account because I blew it up and haven't traded in over a month. They went $3 a month, so I bought an Upstart Gen 2510 for 0.01. Any chance that will print? No. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe. Unlikely. Gurk, my calls are only up 200%. I'm scared. You'll be okay, Hazy. I thought tomorrow was a defer pex run. It can be, yeah. We can move up tomorrow. More. OPEX is after the options expiration. Tomorrow's the last day of the deferral. Can you call the market and tell them to postpone SLD then? I could ask. I mean, if PPI prints good in the morning, we'll probably continue moving up, at least through the early part of the day. But we're moving up into SLD, so how long it's going to last is hard to determine. We could start seeing sell-offs in the middle of the day tomorrow or into the end of the day. This can persist into Monday next week. Can you please explain this to me? I'm having trouble picturing what a centaur would do with its arms when it runs. They kind of just flop around. Like, they go real limp and they just flop. Yeah, participants can start selling today. I don't think we're seeing a lot of that. Most of what we've seen today has been profit taking on the call side and then neutral positioning into tomorrow morning. I don't own a rocket launcher. So after tomorrow, November, December OPEX obligations are no longer in play. No, that's not how it works. There's still settlement time. Deferred settlements still have the standard settlement period. So T2, T3, T5. We expect a realization of liquidity in the secondary markets during this period, which we have seen, but the realization of volume generally follows after. So go look at Jan 21, March 22. Go look at well, yeah, those are the two that we know are definitely deferred. Okay, so CNBC is now recycling the RC news. Wow, say what you want about Bobby, but the media attention has been coordinated and intense. I guess so far as to say, I haven't seen this since Jan 21. I mean, it's just something to talk about, right? It attracts viewers and clicks. So realization would be at least at the last 8 T plus 5 from tomorrow at the latest. Last eat. Latest? T plus 5 from tomorrow? Yeah. How hard do you think we dump or rip on SPX tomorrow? I'd expect PPI data to be moderately bullish. I don't think it's going to have like a huge effect, but we can move up. Secondary markets seem like OTC or dark pools. Yeah, it would include that. Although liquidity isn't generated in OTC or the dark pools, it's simply moved through those. How's tomorrow looking? I mean, pretty good. We're bumping up against Delta Neutral today. Might get like a small breakout tomorrow and then hopefully stabilize in price into Friday, leaving, a significantly larger amount of calls in the money at expiration. Are you waiting to reposition until tomorrow? Is tomorrow 2+2 for Upstart? Well, first off, yes, but also, I'm waiting until tomorrow because I think the PPI print will be bullish and push prices up. T+2 on the Fuberto puts would be tomorrow, correct? Or which ones, Bob? Maybe it puts on Spire, SPX, or SLD into the end of the week. Yeah, I'm gonna get some. Like, at the money, probably. Led by GME calls, if we get a dip. I don't know. I mean, GME didn't really move down very hard with the market today. The liquidity might be kind of dry. They could short like one more time hard, but we'd probably at least know in advance. Like we'd have a good idea in pre-market, I think, if we were gonna see like really hard shorting on GME. Any chance we close above 40.20 today? It seems unlikely. The like delta neutral positioning has really made us kind of range bound. And we're tight. We're trading in a really, really tight range right now. We could break up. I mean, there's definitely enough calls to the upside to allow some movement, and maybe not 40.20, but like 40.15. I don't know if we can break above 40.15. And like, not a lot of interest is coming at like the 40.15 or 40.20 level. Most of it's at 40, like 40.25 and 40.35. But we're also not really seeing any short side capitulation. We're just seeing gamma like flatten out at and below the money. So like the out of the money put buying is increased and flattened out gamma from like 38.85 to about 4,000, and then above 4,000 gamma like moves positive again. But it's a little less positive than it was earlier because more neutral positioning has come in. Strategy SPX overnight or just puts for SLD. I mean, I have my 3080 puts still that I haven't closed, so I'll probably hold on to those, and then maybe I'll buy some calls to hedge the upside in case we like gap up at open. So like kind of a loose strangle. The chat, I own no Bobby, but I watch a ton of MSM financial news on all the stations and have for 2 years. Take the info however you want, but MSM focus on Bobby is not normal. I guess. I mean, it's definitely doing a thing, right? Look at all the volume it's traded. Is SPX a 6 DC SPX strangle around 4,000 a good idea here? It doesn't seem bad. I don't know if you'll be able to enter both sides of it, but like, what do you get at 4,000 calls, 3090 puts, or something like that? That's not terrible. I highly doubt the market stays range bound tomorrow. But I outlined this pretty well, I think. I think this morning and last night's predictions were pretty spot on as far as the SPX is concerned. We definitely stayed within the expected range. I'm gonna speak for everyone. I say we get confused. OPEC's bullish, DeferPEX, ETF settlements, all bullish. Tomorrow PPI bullish, but don't forget SLD, which could drag the market down. Help me. Welcome to the financial markets. This is how it works. There's always something. Can you make a new membership level for Centaurs? No. How would I validate it? When is the next SPX push to 4K? I mean, we might push up to 4K today, but probably tomorrow. I thought someone's moving Rev today. No, but I mean, it's kind of climbing in line with everything else, which is interesting given that it's on OTC. Yeah, I know. I saw the Microsoft layoff announcement. We know what white is and brown and yellow. How do we describe the hair clog of the shower drain? How does that relate to our stocks? I mean, it doesn't. $317, 3980p, same like free money. I mean, it's not free money. There's some risk, but it's probably not terrible. Or maybe just Tesla puts on SLD just in case. Yeah, I mean, you could. I'm probably gonna close my calls again before the end of day, and then just leave my sold calls open. Wait for it to drop and then buy back into long calls. I don't know if I'm gonna do that today or maybe like early tomorrow. I might do it early tomorrow instead. Theoretically, can a company delist and relist? Would that fuck the shorts? I mean, it could force shorts to close. Japan's finance minister Suzuki, bond yield increases may increase the cost of interest payments. Awesome. RevRQ on the weekly is fun, Daddy Pickle. Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely doing a thing. If it does a thing that moves it up above $4.20, let me know. I have 9 Jan 27 $20 calls purchased at $98 per contract. It's up 140%. Would you sell at this time or wait? That's up to you. I think, like I said, I think the morning's going to be pretty bullish, but the latter half of the day is up in the air. I mean, Fubo didn't get killed. It just got slammed hard on one candle. I'll definitely let you know. Your name will come off the paper on the wall with the names in red lipstick. Would we likely see a larger reaction to PPI tomorrow than in the past because the Fed rate decision's so close after? I don't think so. I think the reaction will still be mostly muted. Although put capitulation could create some upside volatility if the news continues to be good. I'm not buying them now, but tomorrow buy those puts on that possible upswing with PPI. If it touches 138, 135 weeklies, could be profitable as just a small day trade. Sorry, which one are you targeting that on? Oh, on Tesla? Yeah, that's possible. I agree. Like an upswing on PPI presents a lot more put opportunities. Did Atomic sell Fubo covered calls? Maybe. Really enjoyed my first weekend stream on 1.5x. Dirk is the only one who sounds like a chipmunk. Oh, what do you got, turd? Charts? Just Ricky talking about jail. Yeah, I saw. I just checked out Ref. I know it's moving up. Ugh. Options chain is weird on Beyond a little bit. It's kind of interesting though. I bought some Feb 17s today, but just not a lot, just a few. When Lowell Value joining the quants, have you extended a formal invite to him yet? No. Should I? We're still looking at 10 for 15% above GM. If we were to run early, or that for OPEX. I think that for OPEX. We might just kind of ride delta neutral into that. Thanks for all the fun. Managed to perfectly time August GME run and 10x my position. I managed to lose it all on great timing of other OPEX-ish plays and 0 DT SPX. Nice. During the quants in a month, Gork told me I'll be there much quicker than Stefan too. I'm only joining just to flex on Stefan. Interesting. That might be the fastest route into the quants. Are you straddling overnight for the PPI data? Probably strangling because I already have puts. And I don't think we're dropping to 39.80 tonight. GME doing a thing into close. It's turning up a bit. Fubo bounced back pretty fast after that drop too. My yearly port chart looks like a descending channel, bullish. Just waiting on that breakout. I'm also trying to flex on Stefan, and yet I know. It's complicated with the paperwork. Is it true the only two ways not to be poor anymore is education or become a pigeon whale? I don't think becoming a pigeon whale stops you from being poor. I mean, maybe it does. I'll have to ask. I'm staying quant adjacent. Okay. I'm staying away from bankruptcy proceedings. I want you to know that Rev is 69.6999 right now. That's pretty awesome. What's with Fubo? I mean, it got shorted pretty hard there. Or there was somebody sold something off or bought puts. Try 79, pal? Wait, is it really? Fuck. That's kind of exciting. I'll check it out, Dr. Alistar. Rev coming to pick up those 35Cs by end of week? No. I'm not your buddy guy. Alright. IBKR raises Jimmy bar rates at 22.26%. The fourth increase today. Nice. That's everything we want to see. Ooh, something else we want to see, actually. In the next couple days, we want to see, especially if we see it before OPEX, we want to see the borrow rate move up harder. Like a bigger move in the borrow rate. Or maybe like 3 or 5% more. That would be awesome. When you test a new strategy or technique, how many wins do you need to see before you start trusting that you are onto something and not just lucky? Two, 300 is a good sample size. Forward testing or back testing? Sold CCs today was a bad idea? Probably, yeah. All good. Dewey, CEO of Rice and Bean Enterprise. When can we expect Guybrush to make an appearance again? Maybe tomorrow? He's the reason we haven't fully squirted yet, of course. Not sure I can wait another week. Hmm. Why not? Did you buy calls that were too short dated? Rug pull Eponymous up to his old tricks on Fubo? I mean, maybe. We went down like sub 25 cents. Looks like we're climbing back above it. I mean, the drop wasn't that substantial. Forward testing, yeah, like 2 or 300 is a good sample size. I'm still fully convinced the arbitration panel came to that decision incorrectly rather than weighing out the factors the way they were supposed to, according to their own listing requirements. I agree. I agree. Revlon probably should not have been delisted. But here we are. Sold 138 CC on Tesla for Friday. Sold them last night. I might have to buy them back. You might not have to. Like into SLD, you'll probably be fine. What about VIX being cash settled? Are the green and red lines still going in the right direction? Yes. Yes, they are. They're kind of stagnant on Upstart today, but they're very much still diverging on GME today. The stagnation today on Upstart does make me think that we haven't seen the realization of the ETF FTDs though. And I'm looking at ACWI and it hasn't gotten much liquidity back. Definitely not 5 million shares worth. So I don't know if those FTDs are resolved or not. Hey Gurk, I missed out on the last few days. What do you think about the FTDs for next week? Highest amount since the split, right? I love you. They're decent, but those are like FTDs. They probably won't have any effect on price action. It's good to see FTDs building up on GME again, though. Don't tell me that. You're gonna make me buy more calls on Upstart. I mean, this doesn't look like there's been a lot of liquidity realization on ACWI today. If a call contract goes in the money, if you don't have enough capital to exercise the contract, you can sell to exercise and receive the equivalent in shares. Yes. Alright, that's like a cashless exercise. Yeah, if you have margin, you can. Otherwise, you could just sell it and make money. Like the contract itself, because it has intrinsic value. Can ETF FTDs resolve tomorrow before opening bell or at opening bell? Possibly with the so MLK falls on the first settlement day for the FTDs. So they're like in the T+3 period, or the 3-day deferral, like the 3-day ACH payment window. So it's possible, yeah, that MLK extends the ETF FTDs by a day. Today's the due date for them, but MLK might. Fubo is trying to spell out "Hey Gurk." That'd be fun. Ooh, this is a good opportunity to get some calls. Hold on. Put it on a limit buy. See if that fills. Why do things get so boring? Neutral positioning for PPI. Cool. Okay, so 30, 39.90, 39.80 strangle. Not bad, right? That's a little better than I thought I was gonna get. Yeah, no problem, Matt. This RevRQ up 38% today. I didn't notice any news on them. I think it's like moving towards the decision for their potential buyout. SPXS versus SPXU. I usually use SPXS. I'll sell you my 40/20 call. What's the expiration? Is it in 12 minutes? Rev and Fubo made a liar out of me. I swear I was done with penny stacks. I'm sorry, IV ticking down, or is that just my March theta burning faster than expected? It depends on how far out of the money you are, but Upstart IV, it's moved down a little bit here into the end of the day, but not a lot. It was definitely higher this morning. Let me look. Yeah, it's down a few points into close. I didn't have time to read through everything on the buyout. Did it still mention they wouldn't give shareholders anything for the sale if the buyout is completed? Yeah, if they move forward with a creditor's plan, I think they're gonna like destroy like shareholder equity. So hopefully a different buyer comes in before that plan is proposed. Or between the time that plan is proposed and enacted, that realizes value in shareholder equity. Upstart 100 Gen 24 calls got wrecked. Okay. I'm pretty far out of the money. How wrecked? Because I mean, I'm looking at like the 510s and they didn't move a lot. Synthetic longs, it's a little harder to judge. My like March 25s went down a little bit, but I think mostly that was intrinsic value falling off. I was trying to downhalt the market and to close. I think we're just shifting to the downside of this like strangle and straddle positions. Everything looks to be like strangled at like 4,000 and then straddles at like 4010, 3880, or sorry, 3980 and 3990 and 405. These are smaller. The bigger positions are the straddles at 4,000 and the wider strangles at 4010 and 3980. I'm not entirely sure how that's legal, but I don't understand this stuff from the legal side. Yeah, I'm not versed enough in like bankruptcy proceedings to understand that, but I mean, I know it's a potential outcome of a bankruptcy. How can we just take a moment quickly to shame all of those paper-handed pigeon whales? Disgusting. If retail sold all other stocks and ETFs and only held GME across the board, what type of pressure would that put on the ETFs and mutual funds? Would they need to buy lots of GME? I mean, if it led to price improvement, they would have to buy more, yeah. Because they track indexes and the individual stocks are weighted in those indexes. If GME goes up in price, it's more heavily weighted, right? As its market cap climbs. How soon can a CC be bought back without a GFE? If you're using the money from the CC to buy it back, then yeah, T+1. He still has his shares. Good faith violation. But that's not a bankruptcy issue. It's an issue with the corporation's duty to its shareholders, I would suggest. Yeah. But if there's no equity left in the company for the shareholders after the creditors have taken their slice, then shareholders would get nothing, right? You're kind of like on the bottom rung as far as liquidation goes. We refer to straddles intraday. Are you looking at OI strikes on the chain? I'm looking at gamma on the chain. So as neutral positions are entered, gamma tends to flatten out in the range they're entered in. CCs can be bought back when you just make sure you buy with settled cash. If buying back with the money you got from selling, then yeah, next day. Yeah. The old end of day squat. Start looks good, but still below 1750. Man, that's really fucking annoying. That pressure there is nuts. Gamma flat like OBV flat? No, OBV's nonsense. And OBV was never flat. People just zoomed all the way out so it looked flat. Are my SPX 4025C 0 DT gonna print? No. No, they're not. Yeah. What's the problem with 1750 on Upstart? Big synthetic short positions that are not capitulating. Shareholders are getting 0.01 per share. More important, creditors get paid first. Thank you so much, bankruptcy lawyer. If you have margin on your account, you can buy back without worrying about settled funds. Yeah. Double down on 0 TE. I don't know. This is like bouncing back to the mid-range. I don't think we're moving up significantly. There's like 5 minutes left. And there's not even really enough time for it to move up to like 4,000. Maybe 4,000, but not like 405 or 4010. Thoughts on LV posting his Terminator pick because today is Judgment Day, and that's some cryptic investment advice from his big brother. I don't know. Possible. I mean, they're just tweets. They don't mean anything, right? Because you don't know. They can infer a million things. Maybe he's had that fucking Terminator thing in his bedroom forever. First day streaming on Fiber. You really are Persian. I want to be a millionaire so freaking bad. Please help. Have you tried black olives paired with Wagyu steak? No. Bro, you should get a Twitter. Pores will lose their mind when they find out you're my bro. Lol. Jesus Christ. I realize that, C-Mill. I mean, it's fun to like fuck around with the conspiracy stuff, but I don't like buy into it, right? I'm just looking at the data. You see that deepfake of Tom Hanks on Wall Street bets? Pretty terrifying if someone in that sub is capable of making something that realistic. I guess. I didn't see it, but yeah, deepfakes are freaky. It's awesome. Someone DM it to me. I don't want to go scour Reddit for it. Where does the GME Gamma ramp start? I know that the Twitter Viking, and he assures me that he'll fold port to make sure it starts. I just need a price target. I don't know what any of that means. If you want to be a millionaire, set aside 20 years of your life. First 10 should be saving and investing until you hit 100K. Use that 100K to grow it over another 10-year period. Congrats, $1 million. You could do better than $1 million. Shareholders get priority over unsecured creditors. I don't think so. Rev is up 45% today. It only needs to go up another 4,400% to hit my strike price. Nice. Just sounds like you're just in time. Rev RQ bar rate jumped from 150% to the 180 in the last 30 minutes on iBarrow. That's cool. I wish there was an options market so we could track the prime rate. You have no idea what the people who own that sub are capable of. Super stonk? Yeah. Easiest way to be a millionaire is getting an inheritance. Yeah, or winning the lottery. I've been sick since Saturday, and my mom brought me some food, leftover chicken noodle soup, which was nice of her, but I'm pretty sure it gave me food poisoning. Is my mom trying to off me? I don't know. Is your portfolio up? If your portfolio is positive, you have to assume that everybody you love and care about is out to get you. Vupstart halts into close? No, but maybe 1730. Oh, no, it's just closed. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was kind of fun for a little bit, and then less fun as the day progressed. SPX settling at the 39.90 level, so a little bit below the straddle positioning. That could skew bullish tomorrow morning, but like I said, I think market participants are already fairly bullish on the PPI print. So the realization of upside could be muted. But that upside is pushing into SLD as well. So, whatever price action we see in the morning, be wary of equity sell-offs at any significant resistances to the upside. So, 4,000, 40.20, 40.40, 50. Watch them. Make sure that whatever you're playing tomorrow, you have some risk set. If you are playing the upside in the morning, like a stop loss or a stop limit. GME, we're still seeing liquidity continue to expand. It looks good. Tomorrow is the last day of the deferred settlement, but that does not mean that settlement is finished yet. Okay, so tomorrow's the last day for settlement to occur from the deferral period. We still have T+2, we still have T+3, we still have T+2 or T+3 plus 2. So those continued settlement timeframes still factor into this before a failure would occur, right? And that's also dependent on what day the deferral was granted, which is information we still don't have. But generally speaking, if you look at like January 21 or March 22, price improvement is realized during the deferral period, and then volume and significant price action are realized post OPEC. So that does infer that there is like a T3, T5 settlement period that's occurring also within that time frame. Yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, the last thing I wanted to mention was the Upstart ETF FTDs. While we did have sufficient volume today, and we did see some price improvement this morning, the liquidity on ACWI does not look like there's been a lot of resolution, and definitely not like 5 million shares worth of resolution for those fails. So keep an eye on that, because the MLK holiday falling during the ACH settlement period, if they were to cash settle those FTDs, could have it adds another business day, right? And so the ETF settlement's tricky because it's T+6, right? Well, technically T+5 and then the following morning, but it's T+6, and you have the Reg T, right? But this period, we describe it as +3, but this is ACH settlement from cash settlement on the 35th day of Reg T, right? And so this is 3 business days. With a holiday here, that can extend the 3rd business day, which would, move it to the 18th. So it's possible that we have not yet seen the resolution of the Upstart ETF FTDs, and we may see it tomorrow. But also be warned on that, still SLD. So there is potential for some downside before Friday. I think that's about it. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning, actually. Appreciate it, guys. Have a wonderful night. See you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.